So, welcome to this meeting of the Joint Development Management Committee, being held on the 15th of April 2026. My name is Councillor Smith and I'm the Vice Chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you to, well, I've said that already. So, agenda item 1, apologies and roll call of members. I've received apologies from Councillor Fane, and if you're aware of any other apologies for any other members, please let me know. Any other apologies? He's just arrived. So can I just note that Councillor Faubert is no longer a member of this committee, and that place has been taken by Councillor Illingworth. So welcome, Councillor Illingworth, to this committee meeting. Members, could I ask you please to introduce yourselves? I've already introduced myself. Councillor Griffin.
Hello, I'm Tim Griffin, Councillor for Coleridge Ward.
And Councillor Illingworth.
Councillor Bob Illingworth for East Chesterton Ward.
Councillor Katie Porrer for Market Ward.
Councillor Katie Thornborough for Petersfield Ward.
Anna, and then we'll go round.
Councillor Anna Bradnam from Milton and Waterbeach in South Cambs.
Richard Stobart, South Cambridgeshire District Council member for Girton Ward, which includes Dry Drayton and Madingley.
Thank you. Councillor Khan.
Councillor Martin Khan, Councillor from South Cambridgeshire for Histon Impington and Orchard Park Ward.
Thank you.
Okay.
This is now.
Right, yeah, Richard Williams, Councillor for Whittlesford, Triplo, Heathfield and Newton.
And
Morning everyone, Timmy Hawkins, District Councillor, Caldycourt Ward. Thank you.
And Councillor Smart, could you introduce yourself, please?
Morrison Smart, Councillor for King's Hedges.
Thank you very much. As the Chair has sent his apologies for today, I will chair this meeting. Now, a Vice Chair should be appointed for this meeting only in the event of any decisions require consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair. So can I ask a South Cambs District Councillor to nominate the Vice Chair for this meeting? Toomey, could you make your nomination, please?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Anna Bradnam.
Okay. And could City Councillor second?
I'd like to second her.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thornborough. So if members could please raise their hands to vote for Councillor Bradman as Vice Chair for the meeting. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. So, officers permanent at the table for this meeting are the Strategic Sites Delivery Manager, Philippa Kelly.
Good morning.
Legal Advisor, Richard Pitt.
Morning.
Committee Manager, Sarah Michael.
Morning.
And Producer, Matthew Hussey.
Morning.
Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of the relevant agenda items. Copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under Committee Meetings, Minutes and Agendas. Can please those present in the Council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, may be broadcast at some point. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via Teams indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI or a GDPR request. The process for each planning application will be: the case officer will give a brief introduction to his report, questions or clarifications from members to officers. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. These will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support, 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I have advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then debate the item and may ask the questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose a second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors and officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate that to me, and I'll hold the proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. Moving on to agenda item 2. Please could councillors advise if they have any declarations of interest and also identify which report their declarations relate to. Any declarations of interest, please? Yeah, thank you.
Chair, thank you. So I'd like to remind the committee that I'm a member of the Cambridge Cycling Campaign, and I will make comments under items 4 and 5 on cycling.
Respect of cycling, thank you very much. Councillor Smart.
So I just wanted to be clear, Chair. I used to be employed by Adam Brooks Hospital as a porter, but I no longer am. I'm no longer on their role as a bank member of staff or anything like that, so I'm completely free to decide item on the agenda.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stobart, did you say that your consideration of those applications remains unfettered?
Yes.
I thought it might.
I haven't been involved.
Thank you, just for clarification. Okay, so agenda item 3. Minutes of the meeting held on the 25th of February have been submitted to this meeting for approval. If there are any concerns, please could members raise them now, otherwise they shall be approved as a correct record. Can we proceed then to approve those minutes as a correct record? Thank you. So we now move on to agenda item 4, 25/04604/FUL, 1 Kings Meadow, Cambridge. So could the case officer, Melissa Reynolds, please introduce this item? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just present them to you in a second. This is a full application seeking permission for single-storey front extension, single-storey side and rear extension, and first floor side extension to create a change of use from residential, which is the use C class 3, to a large 7-bed HMO, which falls in the sui generis category, and associated works. The site is at 1 Kings Meadow, Cambridge, and the application reference is noted as 25/04604/full. The site is a recently constructed detached house, and it lies at the end of a row of identical houses. It's adjacent to, put my pointer on here. It's adjacent to an area of open space, and you have the Cambridge East area. There's a development of residential development going on behind the site here at present. The application is before this committee because it falls within the area of the Cambridge East Area Action Plan, but lies adjacent to the north of Cherry Hinton area, so that policy document does not apply in this instance. Just to help, I've provided a slightly zoomed out plan for members. So this is the development here. It's a fairly new development built in the last, I would guess, 5 years or so. And this is the Cambridge East site over here. So here are some photographs to help members with the context of the site. This is the application property. It has a single-storey front projection, as do all the other properties in this row, that are basically identical. Members need to note that the next door house has been received planning permission for extensions, which at the time of my site visit were already underway for similar proposals to those we're considering today, which you'll see there. There's an infill that's been built at the front, and they have a rear extension as well, which I'll show you momentarily. You can just glimpse there the open space. It is a shared surface road, which will be pertinent for the discussion. This is the rear of the property. There's an existing shed in the rear garden adjacent to the gate into the garden. This side is onto the open space, and again you can see the rear extension being built at the neighbouring property. In terms of the sides, the only thing really to note on this one is that there is a small window which is pertinent. That will become an obscure glazed window as part of the proposals. This is the driveway to the side, which currently has enough space for 2 cars to park. And then this is the side onto the green. There's a window to its, I think it's its living room. This is its rear garden. This is the development site over here. And you can see again here the extension underway at the neighbouring house. So in terms of planning history, the site as a whole was developed under an outline planning permission and then various applications, including reserve matters. There were a number of Section 73s and non-material amendments, which were finally resolved in 2017, and the development went ahead. I will mention later on that there were a couple of conditions on that planning permission that restrict permitted development rights that are relevant to the consideration today. So to break it down, I think the description's a little bit unhelpful, so I'm going to try and make it a bit more unwieldy. Effectively, we've got a single-storey front extension, and then at the back of the house, you've got a single-storey and 2-storey rear extension, so it steps up from the ground floor above the kitchen to form a 2-storey rear extension in parts. And then the other part of the proposal is currently it's in residential use, which falls within use class C3, and they want to convert it into a large HMO with 7 bedrooms, which falls in the sui generis class, and then there's some associated works that go along with that. Again, you can see on this plan, the block plan, extensions come out at the front and at the back. The driveway is largely retained. They are proposing new bin and bike stores at the end here, adjacent to the kitchen area for the proposed HMO. So in terms of plans, there'll be 2 bedrooms at ground floor with communal spaces. As I just mentioned, bin and bike stores to go in adjacent to the existing shed. At first floor, there'll be a modest rear extension, 3 metres deep on this side, to provide an additional bedroom. And then at the second floor, just reconfiguring really the internal layout to make 2 bedrooms with en-suites on that floor, so there'll be a total of 7 bedrooms. I mentioned earlier that this window would become an obscure glazed window, which is shown on the plans. So in terms of elevations, the design is quite a simple boxy design, as is the existing dwelling. It effectively replicates the approved and under construction extension next door. This is the stepped arrangement that I mentioned, where it's 2-storey and then steps down to single-storey. This is the infill at ground floor. These are the elevations. So this is the side elevation onto the driveway. This is the rear elevation, which would be not really visible other than from the rear, obviously. So that's the proposals. So we'll move on in terms of consultee comments. We've had no objections from consultees. The item is here today because we have had quite a lot of objections. We've had 15 in total, and the local member, Councillor Russ McPherson, have also objected to the proposals, and members will note the amendment sheet that was circulated, which summarises the additional comment from Councillor McPherson. So in terms of material planning considerations, is a residential area, and a lot of the representations have raised parking and highway safety. It is a private road, so not adopted highway, and the Highways Authority haven't objected. Concerns have been raised about the intensification of the use from a residential dwelling to a HMO. That increase would be effectively 1 person. noise and disturbance affecting the amenity of the area, and then the residential character and community impact of a residential area. People have raised concerns about waste and servicing in relation to the HMO use. I did touch on earlier, but there are a couple of planning conditions on the existing permission that limit PD rights, permitted development rights, for extensions, additions, garages, windows, dormers, and the reason for those conditions were to protect the amenity of adjoining properties and to prevent overdevelopment of the site. And as I've mentioned a few times, extensions have been approved to the neighbouring property, which are being implemented. So not a precedent, but is a material consideration in terms of it changes the relationship to the neighbouring property on the ground. So in terms of the planning ban, that's in favour of the proposal is that it's providing additional space, additional housing for one person, and provides a housing need. And noting that the evidence base from the local plan has pointed out that there is a consistently high demand for such housing in rooms in HMOs, and there is a shortfall across the city. There are no other HMOs in the area, and Cherryington as a whole has a low proportion in relation to all dwellings of HMOs. In terms of potential issues, representations have raised the increase of an intensification, so members to consider the impact of an additional person living in the property and the pressure in terms of access and parking within the estate. And officers are recommending approval subject to a number of conditions which are contained in the report. Thank you, Chair.
For your presentation. Are there any questions of clarification? Right, okay, quite a few. Okay, so can we just have 2 questions each for clarification? Otherwise, we're going to be here all day. So I've got Councillor Khan, I've got Councillor Williams, Stobart, I've got Martin Smart, and Paula. And anybody else? So these are just questions for clarification. Good. I've got Katie Paura. Councillor Bradman. Okay. So, Councillor Khan, you're first.
Okay. It's really a question about parking. Clearly, because it's a private road, the highways can't comment, but it's obviously a planning issue. I just wondered, first of all, are there any problems at present with parking issues on the road? I mean, have they been reported? And what's the current situation? So we can judge whether there is an issue in practice. Thank you.
Yeah, so neighbours in their representations have flagged that parking is already an issue. I have to say I went during the day and there are very limited spaces where you can park. I parked outside, you can see my car in one of the photos. I parked outside the application site and someone came out straight away to ask me who I was and why I was parking there. So there were a couple of visitor spaces adjacent to the public open space. In terms of parking for the dwelling, they'll retain 2 parking spaces on the side. That will require a little bit of rejigging of the bin and bike stores as shown on the plans, because which I've covered in the planning conditions to make sure that actually those spaces then are retained in full. So they meet the parking requirements for the local plan in terms of the actual development.
Councillor Williams.
There we go. Actually, it's swapped over again. Right. It's actually just one question because Councillor Khan asked my other question, which is good. So, Officer mentioned a few times in the in the presentation that this would be an increase in one person in the house. Can I just clarify that's sort of one over what we would regard as a use class C3, because most houses don't have 6 people in them. So it's 1 over C3. Is that right, or the residential category?
It's a little bit of both. So a C3 dwelling can be converted into a small HMO, which is up to 6 persons under permitted development. This application is seeking permission for a large HMO, which is anything over that threshold and falls in the sui generis category, which is helpful because it means that anything they want to do in future, like extensions or outbuildings, would require planning permission. In this case, it's a 4-bedroom house currently, large enough to accommodate 6 people very comfortably. So I've assessed it in terms of one person. The increase is one person. It's a large family house. You could very comfortably have a family of 6 related individuals living in the house without any issues. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
So Stobart.
Thank you, Chair. Somewhere there was a mention of restrictive covenants. I think it was in the feedback given by one of the residents. And I wondered if, perhaps we could clarify that and what scenarios it opens up for future action.
So
It's a civil matter, but yeah.
I could say basically every single response raised this covenant issue. My understanding, it restricts the use of the dwelling to a C3 residential use. That is a civil matter. It's not for planning. We've assessed the application in terms of planning considerations, and it isn't considered to be material. The applicant would need to resolve that outside of planning if granted permission. So they wouldn't necessarily be able to go ahead straight away if they haven't resolved that.
Councillor Smart.
So why is it here and why is it first? So does this committee trump Cambridge City Committee? And normally we have the most important items first. Is this the most important item? I think not. So why is that? I've looked again through the terms of reference. I can't quite work out. So I know the officer said Cambridge East Area Action Plan, which will mean nothing to residents listening in online. So why are we doing this today?
Understood. Philippa will answer that question.
Thank you, Chair. So on the front page of the Office of Report to Committee, it sets out the reasons that the application is brought before JDMC this morning. The application site actually falls within the administrative area of the JDMC in relation to the Cambridge East area, falls within. I'm sorry, I don't have the plan available, but I can forward all those plans to members of this committee after this meeting. So it's captured by a requirement to be heard at JDMC, not City Planning Committee, because under the terms of reference for JDMC, more than 5 third-party representations need to go to delegation panel. A delegation panel was held with the chair and vice chair of this committee, who decided that it would need to be heard by committee, not as an office of delegation decision. So I hope that clarifies why it's before members today.
Yeah, I understand all of that. I mean, this item should be at City Planning Committee, and we're going to probably get more of them with the Renters' Rights Act 25 anyway, because landlords are changing to HMOs because it beats the legislation. So it's silly to have an item like this at JDMC because it's not the right committee for it.
Councillor Smart, we are where we are, so let's just suck it up and get on with it. Councillor Pora, please.
Thank you. One of mine has been asked already. The other one, just about the living room. There doesn't appear to be a window. Are you satisfied? I just wanted to check that I'd understood that correctly, because the kitchen extension obviously removes what was the window to that habitable room. Thanks.
So the living room is effectively extended into the kitchen, and it has got quite large patio doors on the rear. It is quite deep, so probably not ideal, but I think it would be fine. They could potentially put a window in on the side if that was felt to be an issue. We would have to condition that and require a plan. but it would be onto the drive. I mean, it is a sitting area and it is a sort of open plan room, effectively, that's proposed.
So Bradman.
Thank you, Chair. My questions were lay around parking. Can the officer indicate whether HMOs have are more likely to be used by people who do not drive, or, you know, for example, obviously there's provision is being made in this application for cycle parking, but I just wondered if we have experience from elsewhere as to whether that is adequate, or whether we end up with effectively 7 cars trying to park on this development.
So one of the conditions that we always put on as standard practice with HMOs is a management plan, and that includes car parking arrangements. So I would expect that people either don't have a car or they cycle. It is quite a sustainable location. It's, you know, it is a bit far out in terms of, but it is within walking and cycling distance of facilities and services. It's actually not very far from Cherry Hinton High Street. It's not very far from Sainsbury's and that corner on Coldham's Lane. And you know, there are bus services as well. So I think in reality, a lot of people who live in HMOs in Cambridge are young professionals. They perhaps can't afford a car as well as their rent. So you know, I don't have the actual evidence in front of me. It is possible to check in terms of the dwelling size, but it doesn't break it down in the census data in terms of HMOs against you know, non-HMO uses. It just looks at all dwellings, so it's a bit hard to say definitively, but it is managed for a planning condition.
Okay, thank you. And Chair, with your permission, one more. That was the business about the covenant. Could I just clarify, is it a covenant that says it shall only be a family home full stop, or does it say that it must remain as a family home unless there is express planning permission?
I'd have to go back through my emails. I have been provided by a resident with a copy, but which I did read at the time, but as it's not a material planning consideration, I'm afraid I haven't stored it in my brain.
It's just that sometimes there is that. You may not do this unless you've got express planning permission. But yeah, okay.
I don't recall it referring specifically to planning permission. It was the use full stop, but I'd have to check.
So I've got a couple of questions. Will the management plan serve to protect the visitor spaces, as these could perhaps become permanently occupied by the
Sorry,
office?
can you just say that again? I'm struggling to hear you.
Does the management plan provide to protect the visitor spaces? There's a possibility that occupiers might use those spaces as their parking spaces. And the supplementary question is there enough space to go past the parked cars to reach the cycle store? It looks to me as if it could be quite tight and the bicycle store would be better served at the front of the house.
I think the HMO management plan would cover the red line site, and those spaces are actually outside of the red line. They're part of the wider development. I think it would be quite hard for that management plan to cover that. So I think that would be a no. In terms of the access width, it is, I believe, memory, I can measure it if you'd like. I think it's about 3.1 metres wide, so the standard parking space is about 2.4 wide, so I think you would be able to get a cycle down there if cars were parked on there as well. I'm happy to check the measurement to confirm.
Do me, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Once we're on the issue of parking, would it be wise to consider that, as it is now, it's a 4-bed, 6-person house that could end up with 6 cars? Would that be a consideration when we're thinking of how much more parking could be required for a 7-person house?
All I can tell you is it currently has 2 dedicated parking spaces on the side. I'm not privy to the arrangements, there may be covenants. I can tell you that, as I said, it seems to be monitored quite carefully by residents themselves. You know, I was challenged about why I was there. And there weren't lots of cars, you know, some parts of Cambridge you see lots of cars parked willy-nilly on the street. That wasn't what I witnessed when I was there the 2 times I've been. Yeah.
Councillor Illingworth. Sorry,
Yes, I'd just like to raise the issue of the bedroom sizes. I note in one of the objections that the bedrooms are said to be too small, and this did come up at a previous HMO application. Now, bedrooms 1 and 2 look difficult to interpret from the plans, but they look reasonably sized, as does bedrooms 6 and 8. However, 4, 5 and 7 do look on the rather small size. Can you just comment on whether or not all these bedrooms conform with, I think, our stated requirements?
Yes, all the bedrooms meet the requirements in terms of the space standards. They don't technically apply to HMOs, but the policy does encourage us to seek those bedroom sizes. I personally use it as an indication of how many people could be occupied in a particular property. It's a quite helpful indicator, and inspectors have agreed with that approach. So they are big enough for the number of persons that have been indicated.
Councillor Smart.
So going back to my original point, this conversation about parking, are we applying city parking rules or South Cambs parking rules in planning?
The site falls within the City Council area, so we've applied the City Council's parking standards.
Are the South Cambs councillors here aware of city parking standards, and do we need to have those clarified?
I don't know, are City Councils aware?
I think it'd be worth just saying that we don't have any, basically. It's like they aren't there, are they? We have a rule that says it doesn't matter.
Philippa will answer that.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to confirm, for the avoidance of doubt, the City Council local plan parking standards. So the local plan doesn't provide specific parking standards for large-scale HMOs, which is what this scheme is before you. But it does recommend that a 3-bedroom dwelling outside a controlled parking zone should provide a minimum average of 0.5 parking spaces per dwelling, up to a maximum of 2 spaces. And I understand, and I'm hoping that the case officer can confirm that this site is outside a controlled parking zone. Is that right, Melissa?
Yeah, that's correct.
Councillor Thornborough.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the accessibility to the additional bins and bikes due to the 2 cars being parked on the side. So if you can confirm that width. The other thing is that currently we're saying it could accommodate 6 people in the house, and those 6 people have 3 wheelie bins and 4 bike stalls at the front. And now we're saying this house now should accommodate 1 additional person, but that 1 additional person has resulted in 3 more bins, wheelie bins, and also another additional bike store. So, but not an additional car parking space. So are the 3 additional bins required for the possibility of 1 additional resident in this location? And can we just confirm about the city's requirement for cycles? Because again, there is a requirement for them to be at the front of the property, like the original design, really, really accessible. Thank you.
Yeah, so I've measured the side access and I was right, my memory did serve me correctly. It's 3.1 metres wide, which is wide enough to park cars and move bins and bikes along. Obviously, it would depend on how carefully people park, but in theory, that is okay. So the proposals keep the bikes and bins that were already there at the front. So there's 4 cycles parking spaces there, and an additional, originally the scheme proposed 8 bedrooms and 8 persons. So there is space for 8 cycles close to the kitchen at the back. There isn't really anywhere else it could go, and so although ideally it would go at the front, the common practice is to accept the next best thing if that's not possible, and in this case that's reasonably acceptable in terms of its location. It is fairly easy to access it, and it provides space for all of the residents, which I think actually exceeds the parking standards. Bin stores you would normally expect to be provided in proper bin stores, and again that falls within the HMO conditions that we apply as a standard practice. The plan shows that it is possible to provide for additional bins. We would need to confirm with our waste team whether or not they actually want those. There is a very easy to get to bin store that's actually integrated at the front. My concern about the bins where they are currently shown is that that would actually prevent a car probably from parking, so they'd need to be in a slightly different position, but it could be closer to the kitchen, which I think would be actually better, and still be within the acceptable drag distances in the waste management guide and the building regulations, which require it to be within 25 metres of where it's being collected. I think I've covered everything.
A simple thing. I don't know what the attitude would be. The back garden adjoins a green space. There's a fence now, presumably preventing access. Is it possible to put a gate in? And would that be a good thing or a bad thing? Do they need permission to put a gate in? I don't know what the current situation is.
I don't know what the arrangements are. That I can tell you currently it's just a close boarded fence. There isn't an access onto it. The estate's quite new. I didn't get the sense that that play area, open space is heavily used, but I think that may change in the future as people have lived there for longer and have, families and what have you. As a sui generis use, anything they want to do requires permission, but it falls on fences and gates fall under a separate use class. I'm going to look at others to answer that question because I don't know whether they would need. You can do under normally unpermitted development up to 2 metres high. So as long as they don't put anything higher than that there, then I can't see why not. But they would effectively be accessing a public open space. I would think they would probably need consent from whoever owns that open space. I'm thinking out loud. I hope that's okay.
Will say something.
I think if I could just remind members today that we should be concentrating on the application that has been submitted. The site location plan clearly shows the red line site boundary, which is within the control of the applicant, and we should be considering the proposals as they've been submitted, not trying to reimagine an amendment, if I could be so bold. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to turn now to the public speakers. If you just look at the speaker list, there's been 7 written representations in objection to this application. They've been published on the meeting website. They will not be read out. So now can I turn to Megan Knight, who's been waiting patiently online. Welcome, Megan. Thank you. Megan's going to be speaking against the application, making her representations. May I remind you that you have 3 minutes. You'll hear a bell 30 seconds before your time is up, and we'll draw it to a close after that. So over to you, Megan. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Megan. I'm from Rosetree. We manage the Coldham's Lane development where the property lies. And I've come on today to formally object to the proposed planning application to convert the property into a 7-bedroom HMO for the following reasons. Firstly, clause 12.4.2 within the TP1 signed upon completion clearly states that the property must not be used for any purpose other than a single private dwelling occupied by one family. The proposed HMO would therefore be a direct conflict with this covenant in the TP1. Secondly, an introduction of a 7-bedroom HMO will place additional strain on the parking situation at the development. There's already an ongoing strain with parking. There's a couple of visitor bays which we can't have being used by people who live there permanently. There has also been a number of accidents around the development involving cars and bikes from heavy traffic. We've been working hard to put in measures to stop this from happening and reduce the risk, but the risk of an additional maybe 5 cars on the development does heighten the risk and conflicts everything we've already done to try and reduce the risk. Thirdly, the increased number of occupants is likely to result in a heightened noise levels and noise complaints around the development, and also an increased waste generation. This could also overspill into the communal areas, which would then cost all of the residents money. If there's increased waste and they start putting it in the communal areas or dumping it outside, this would cost everyone money and increase the service charge by a significant amount. Fourthly, we worry that there'll be a loss of privacy for the surrounding properties and the neighbouring properties. The development is a small, close-knit community made up predominantly of families where children regularly play outside. The introduction of this HMO affects the character of the development and also undermines the sense of community and the safety that's enjoyed by residents. Finally, going on to all of my points above, all of the issues that could arise with damage to the communal areas, damage to curbs and roads from additional cars, will increase service charge, and we feel that this will negatively impact all residents on the development. So for these reasons, I strongly object to the proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Megan. Thank you. Could please Mr. Oslan, who's speaking in favour of the application, can you make your representations, please? And again, the same rules apply. 3 minutes to speak, and you'll be stopped after 3 minutes. You'll hear a bell 30 seconds before the end. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Irfan Arslan, and I'm the owner of the property at One Kings Meadow. I am speaking in support of this application. This proposal is for 7-bedroom HMO, which I intended to let the international students in partnership with school. Cambridge is an international city with a strong and ongoing demand for student accommodation. This type of housing provides an important and practical solution, particularly for students who are new to UK and benefit from the shared and well-managed living environment. I would also like to highlight that there are currently no HMOs within our immediate site, meaning this proposal would not lead an overconcentration in area. I understand that there may be a concern regarding traffic, parking and noise. However, intended occupants are short-term international students who typically do not own or use cars. Therefore, the impact on parking and traffic is expected to be minimal. I also believe that this use will not result in significant increase in traffic compared to single-family household. In terms of noise, these students are generally focused on their studies, and they are not associated with disruptive behavior. In the unlikely event of any noise or disturbance, I am confident that other residents within the property will report it early, before it affects neighbors. This allows us to take immediate action, including issuing warning to tenants if necessary and informing the school. This will not be an uncontrolled letting the arrangement. It will be a structured and supervised model in coordination with the school. As the property owner, I will personally and actively manage the property, ensuring that any issues are addressed promptly and effectively. Protecting the quality of life of my neighbors is priority for me, and all necessary measures will be taken to achieve this. I believe that well-managed property does not harm the area, but can instead make a positive contribution. My aim is to provide a safe, respectful, and high-quality living environment that integrates well with the local community. One second. Okay.
So we've now got Councillor McPherson as ward councillor. You have no time limit.
Okay. No problem.
But
Chair, I'm sure having known me all these years, you know I'm not going to be on my feet for very long.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak anyway, but I will say, first of all, that when I arrived here today, I thought I'd take up Councillor Smart's comments there because I thought, am I in the right committee? I nearly went round other rooms to see if I could find the planning committee, but it's very nice to speak to you today anyway. Some of my points have already been covered by Megan, so as I would never normally do is repeat what somebody else has said, so I'm not going to do that. But just to reiterate that residents have paid or do pay a substantial amount of money each year in this covenanted area. And we often see developers quoting that their advertising boards and consultation events that we build not just houses but sustainable communities. And that's what we're after, sustainable communities, not just dwellings, not just houses, but places where people want to live and bring up their families safely. And I've watched this development grow from a green field to what it is now, and I have to say, just for clarity, I've had no interaction with any of the objectors up to this point, so they're not friends, they're not people that I know, and we've had a couple of meetings just recently about their feelings for this. But the feeling I got was they have reached a position where they've got a really tight community there. Since around about 2019, I would guess most of the properties were purchased, and they've built a really tight community there. And whilst I respectfully take on board what the planning officer has said about the size of the dwelling to comfortably accommodate 6 people, and theoretically you could say, yes, this is just one extra person to those 6. But I think there's a really big difference between a family of adults and children, even if they come to 6 people. That's a unit, that's a family. There's likely to be 1, maybe 2 cars. But when we're talking about HMOs, that's a fragmented system. We introduce people into a community which is cohesive, which is working, and which people have paid substantial amounts of money to each year to retain that, that situation. But when you have an HMO, with all respect, well, we have nothing against HMOs. My fellow councillor, Mark Ashton, wishes me to speak for him as well on this. We have nothing against HMOs in the right place, but this is not the right place. And I believe that once you introduce that into a tight community, then you've got 6, 7, I don't know, it was 8 people, first of all, now it's 7. And they're 7 individuals going about individual lives. That's not the same as 6 people in a family, you know, let's be fair about that. They may on paper be the same amount of people, or almost the same amount of people, but it is in no way the same situation. I think it will be a fundamental change to this location. And I do wonder that, and I didn't know in actual fact until yesterday, and you pointed out again today, thank you very much, that the covenant is in actual fact not a material planning item. I get that, and that's another hill that would have to be climbed should permission be given. But to the residents, it doesn't, whilst it's not a material planning permission, planning item, I think it's very significant for them as a community, otherwise they wouldn't be paying it if they didn't consider it was an important factor. But this, I wonder, if we accepted this, if the committee accept that this is the right way to go in these covenanted communities, what does that say for the other covenanted communities in the city? There's another one at least not, I would say, about 400 metres away. There's another covenanted development there. Then that would that open the floodgates for that one, for other covenanted communities? And I respectfully, the gentleman behind me has said that there'll be international students may not have cars. That may be the plan now, but once it's built in there, who knows what the plan's going to be in a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. No one can say that. Once it's an HMO, that's it. And we've seen that in Cherry Hinton ourselves. It is an issue. People do have cars. If they don't own them, they hire them. Their friends come. So we've got 7 students in there. So if they've got one friend each, that's 14 people on a weekend. Who knows if they're going to bring cars? We just don't know that. So I think that's something we can't really evaluate because we don't know who they are yet. Who would enforce that management plan? Who would do that? And we've seen these developments, these HMOs before, and the intentions are good, I get that, so we're not against them in the right area, but who manages that situation once they're there, once they're actually in position, and they do turn up where their friends turn up with their cars, and we want them to make friends because it's a welcoming city, so they will make friends. That's what we want international students to do, is to come here and experience Cambridge at its best and make friends and have new circles at which they can perhaps last the rest of their lives. Well, who knows then that they're not going to have cars. We just don't know that. But I will take you, I'm going to shut down now. I know, Chair, it's very unusual for me. You've probably never heard me speak so long. I will go back, though, to this covenant. Some of the comments submitted on the objection, one of the objections on the 23rd of December, I'm not going to mention names here, the 23rd of December 2025, and that did highlight not to use the property other than as a single dwelling in the occupancy of one family, and that's what it says, one family. So whilst I respectfully understand what the officer has said, that it's theoretically one extra person, that's not one family, and not to occupy the property for any trade or business purposes. Whilst I understand that's not a material consideration for the planning committee, I think it's really important to bring that out. So on behalf of the residents that have raised those submissions and have asked me to come and speak on their behalf, I will close now, thankfully. Not too long for me, I will formally object to this, as does my fellow councillor Mark Ashton, who has asked me to use his name also. And I thank you for your forbearance.
Thank you very much, Councillor McPherson. We now know that you can make long speeches, which is great. We should hear more from you. So, in the light of that, can we just move back to any further questions that you have, and then once we've done, we'll go into the debate. Is that all right? So, Councillor Bradman, I'm going to go with her first because she did want to ask a question before and didn't let her. So, and then Councillor Thornborough. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to check with the officer. In paragraph 9.9 on page 21 of our agenda, the officer says the car parking to the side is 3.1 metres wide, which would not be sufficiently wide for cars to park and allow bins and bikes to be manoeuvred past. And I think that's right, because most cars, I just looked at the measurements of my own, which is not a huge car, but it is a small SUV, and it's 2.01-ish metres, and a bicycle handlebar can be up to 85 centimetres. So, that means that to get your there isn't enough room for you to stand next to your bike or walk next to your bike and walk it past the car, you know, it becomes very, very tight. And so I just wanted to check with the officer, because in her verbal statement, Melissa said it would be enough width, but in this written statement, it says it isn't enough width. Just wondered if we could have some clarification on that.
Spotted, councillor.
I've measured the width of the drive, and it measures 3.1 metres wide currently, and the guidance is for 1.2 metres wide for a cycle to pass down, say, a passage or an alleyway. So in total, with if a car were parked there, it would be 3.6 metres required. So it's about half a metre short. So I did say in my comments that it was narrow and it would be a squeeze, is how I'll summarise that. But again, that can be controlled through the condition in terms of HMOs, where we control parking through that. But I'd leave that to members.
What can be controlled? I mean, if you've got the width and you've got a car and a bike, you can't control it, can you? However, let's move on. The other question was the condition at, where is it, 10, talks about the management plan. But if I may say so, the wording is a little bit loose at item C, which refers to the management plan shall include provisions relating to provision for refuse, cycle and car parking and drying areas. It doesn't say it will control, and I know you mentioned you can't do it outside the red line plan, but it doesn't say where residents will park. What I mean, it doesn't say it will control where the residents of this property will be permitted to park. And I think it should say that if this is going to be approved. I'm not giving an indication either way at this point, because otherwise the extra cars from this property, if there are any, are likely to park in the visitor parking spaces. And that will prevent those being used by genuine visitors. So would it be reasonable to strengthen the wording in that 10C, not just to say provision for car parking, but where the occupants of this property may park? I appreciate that perhaps comes under the, well, yes, because it's a management plan for, it may come under the management association for the whole area rather than this property, but I'm just wondering whether we can do something to tighten that up.
So the legal advisor is having a little moment.
And also, who would enforce that management plan for the HMO?
Chair, would you like me to answer that last question? Touching on the enforcement side of things, so for large HMOs, that would be a planning compliance issue. So our compliance officers and myself, as the case officer, would be responsible for investigating any breaches of planning. Large HMOs also require licensing through environmental health. They have slightly different standards, but they cover a lot more detail around, practicalities of things, and they would investigate any breaches of the environmental health licensing. In terms of the planning conditions, if a neighbour were to say, well, they're not parking where they're meant to, they could either raise that directly with the management, the applicant in this case, They could equally raise it with us, and we would liaise with them to say, no, this isn't okay, and we would work to resolve it. I'm just looking at the planning conditions. There are, condition 13 limits it to 2 parking spaces on site to be retained and not used for any other purpose in the interests of amenity. And condition 10 that you've referred to, it's a standard planning condition, but we can rejig wording if needed be. We do sometimes add or take away bits if it's not particularly pertinent in order to make sure it meets the tests of planning conditions. My hesitation is that you're referring to parking spaces that aren't within the red lines. It's not within the applicant's control to ensure that that condition would be complied with. And if they would consider that being unreasonable, they might appeal that condition, and we would probably struggle to justify it.
With regard to...
So I'm going to ask the legal advisor to comment on your question, Councillor Bradman.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. In terms of 10C, as the case officer said, that is a commonly used condition, and that is reasonable in the context of meeting the tests for conditions as it covers the red line area. If the councillor is talking about going beyond that into the wider area where parking may or may not be a problem, that wouldn't be appropriate to secure as a condition. It would not be enforceable. The owner of the property wouldn't be in control of that particular part of land to be able to do that, so we couldn't impose that.
Okay, so that would come under the management company. The developments management
The
company.
detail of that would be there's a condition to submit a management plan which covers, among other things, the car parking.
Sorry, what
But within the red, that's within the red line of the
Yeah,
application.
So what we can't do here is conflate the estate management powers
Yes, no,
with planning
I understand.
powers.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
so any control over the visitor spaces being used would come under the site-wide management company, as Megan represented.
That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Councillor Thornborough, please.
So the applicant speaking in favour of the application referred to this as accommodation for students of an international school. We have a policy, 46, which is development of student housing, which explicitly says in subsection B, the development must not result in the loss of existing market homes or affordable housing. And also that if it's for student accommodation, then it must be a proven need to serve that institution. So, and one of my concerns is about a loss of a family home. And I do feel that HMOs can be fairly stable accommodation for people, whether they're young, and I know there are older people living in HMOs because of the cost of living crisis we're in. But students coming and going will, I feel, could cause a disruption, and that is why we have an explicit policy for students. So I think that it is completely inappropriate for student accommodation, and I think that if this was to be approved, we would need a condition explicitly excluding students from this development.
Philip is going to respond to that. So, Councillor Thornborough.
If I could just clarify that the application proposed the change of use to a house in multiple occupation. It's a large HMO. We consider that under policy 48 of the Cambridge Local Plan. And I'm just going to summarise, if I may, the criteria against which the case officer is assessing the proposal. So a housing in multiple occupation policy 48 supports proposals to change a use to a large HMO where the proposal, A, doesn't create an over-concentration of such a use in the local area, B, the building or site is suitable for use as a HMO, with provision made, for example, for appropriate refuse, cycle storing, car parking, and C, will be accessible to sustainable modes of transport, shops and other local services. And you'll appreciate that the case officer has addressed those limbs of that policy in her report. Thank you.
You can.
completely agree and I completely understand, and I knew all that before, but the applicant has explicitly said that this will be for student accommodation for international students, and they will not be there for very long, which means that there will be a turnover of people which will be in conflict with trying to create a community. This is why we have a condition, 46, explicitly about student housing, and how that student housing must not result in the loss of an existing market house. It is completely inappropriate that students might be considered using this accommodation. HMOs is a different issue, and that's why I said, you know, if it is approved as an HMO, I think we should consider explicitly excluding by condition students under because it would not comply with policy 46.
Richard again.
Yep, me again, sorry. In terms of this application, I just checked with the planning service manager, and it's an application for an HMO. So had it come forward as student accommodation, it would be assessed against those criteria. And the requirement is for the committee to assess, decide planning applications on the basis of development plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. As you've said, you know that. But with this, it would be unreasonable to impose a condition to say, here's a HMO, but we're going to restrict a type of user of that HMO. Had the applicant wanted to apply for student housing, they could have done, but they've applied for a HMO. So it is the application on the table. You've heard that trotted out many a time by officers, but that is
Yes.
the criteria that this is going to have to be assessed on in terms of policy 48.
Well, we're in a bit of a pickle here. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, sorry, just to come in to support Councillor Thornborough. I mean, I think we're in danger of looking completely absurd here, where we have the applicant having stated this is for student accommodation, yet we're being told we can't consider it as a student application and we can't exclude student accommodation if it's a HMO application. I think we are in danger of looking very silly. We have to deal with this as it's been presented to us as a student application, and in my view, policy 46 clearly is relevant, and we clearly should be applying that.
Did you want to, had you got, were you wanting to ask a question? Or were you in the queue, basically?
Very similar to Councillor Thornborough and Councillor Williams. I think it's unfortunate because obviously I think the applicant hadn't realised, but he did state that it was tied clearly to a particular school, which for me engages policy 46. Part of me thinks possibly we should just defer this and actually get this clarified, because I was going to come in saying, you know, it's only one extra, but it does change the comings and goings, which have been important when we've had rulings on short-term lets. And I think the applicant also mentioned that there would be lots of short-term stays, which worried me, because I was assuming this would be 12 months, 2-3 years.
So there's just a conflab at the moment between the officers as to how we might proceed with this. So we're just going to have a 5-minute adjournment. If you want to take a comfort break during that time, that would be a good idea. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. You can go back to the live broadcast. Thanks very much. So in light of the conversation, Philippa's going to make a statement.
Thank you, Chair. So new information has come to light this morning, which officers were not previously aware of in considering the application proposals. Officers were unaware that until today that the change of use proposal was for future use for student accommodation purposes. This was not apparent in the submission to the local planning authority. So in the light of this new evidence which has come before members this morning in the public speaking session, we would like to have further opportunity to consider the proposals under the other policies. And it will change potentially our assessment and our recommendation to members. We would therefore invite a member to make a request for a deferral.
I propose that we defer this application. Can I have a seconder? And can we have a vote on that, please? Thank you very much. Well, I think we're going to have to count because you didn't all vote. Can you just count, please?
Six in favour of
6.
deferral.
Those against deferment?
4 against.
Okay, so that any against 1, that's carried. I now move on to agenda item 5. This application 26//00092/FUL. AstraZeneca South plot, west of Francis Crick Avenue, Cambridge Biomedical Campus. James Truitt, once you're settled, if you'd like to introduce this item. Thanks very much, James, for all the work that you've done in bringing this application forward with the applicant. Thank you. Councillor Khan?
Just to note that I will have to leave at 12:30, so if the, if the application hasn't been decided by then, I won't be participating.
Thank you. You ready? It's warming up. Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Sorry about that. bit of IT difficulties. Thank you very much. So, yes, I'm James Truitt, Principal Planning Officer, and this application is in relation to the AstraZeneca South Plot, west of Francis Crick Avenue, Cambridge Biomedical Campus. So the site descriptions. This application is for the demolition of the existing structures and redevelopment of the conference centre for use class F1 and office use class EGI, including hard and soft landscaping and servicing, access and associated infrastructure. The proposed development would provide a workplace for the AstraZeneca staff and include a 200-person conference centre, 450-seat auditorium and associated restaurants. I'd also like to draw your attention to some amendments and updates following the publication of the officer reports. This is on the amendment sheet, which you should have all received. Anglian Water have updated their approach to dealing with the planning applications in relation to water recycling centre catchments. This updated methodology does not change Anglian Water's position, as referred in the officer report to committee. Additional information was also received from the applicant regarding foul water discharge volume calculations dated the 8th of April 2026. But the scheme has undergone extensive pre-application engagement, and this has included pre-application meetings, member briefings, quality panel reviews, specific workshops and public engagement from the inception process all the way through to submission. The site location. So the site's located on the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, and it's to the east side, as you can see over here. Come up on the screen. Yes, it has. Over here. The east of the site, it's to the west of the Biomedical Campus. To the east of the site is bound by Francis Crick Avenue, which runs along here. To the west of the site is the railway line and future railway station, as well as Hobson's Park, which is located over here. To the north of the site is bound by the Cambridge South Station, which is currently under construction, located in this area here, and I believe is due to open in June this year. The south part of the site is bound by a vacant plot, and then just further south of it is the Anne McLaren Laboratory. So the site itself sits within phase 1 of the Cambridge Biomedical Campus expansion as approved through an outlined permission. This has expired on the 18th of October 2021, which is why this proposal is coming forward as a full application. The proposal is located within the AstraZeneca South plot, which is roughly this area here. The red line boundary pretty much follows the full extent of it. And this extends to 2.24 hectares and compromises an existing construction compound. So the proposed site plan here, the orientation has changed so that north is now to the left-hand side. This has been done purely so that it's easier to see all the information through the presentation process. So just to clarify that to the top is now east. So the proposed building is located here, which is on the east of the plot. This is proposed to be a 6-storey building for research and development, and proposes a workspace for approximately 736 members of staff with the 200-person conference centre, 450-person auditorium, and 110 covered restaurant, which is for the use of the staff and future users of the conference centre and auditorium. This building would encompass 11,973 square metres of gross internal floor area. The conference centre and building itself, located here, has resulted in the red line boundary encompassing the wider area rather than just the building itself. This is to ensure that any alterations to the existing scheme are encompassed within this application, which will reflect this building coming forward, such as relocation of some of the paths within the promenade landscaped area, but I'll go into further detail about that later on. This scheme also proposes the removal of some trees and inclusion of a coach drop-off point here, alterations to the car parking in this area here, as well as some of the service yard and other alterations, which I'll mention later on in the presentation. The site builds on the core principles as set, as now expired by the outline permission for the AstraZeneca South plot master plan which was approved via reserve matters. So, sorry, I'll go back. The scheme is also accompanied by a townscape and visual impact assessment that supports the proposals and considered to make a positive contribution to the campus. The scheme would also be considered to accord with the Cambridge Biomedical Campus SPD supplementary planning document, which was adopted in March 2025. The above plan shows the landscaping general arrangement for the proposed development. There are 3 areas of focus for the landscaping. The first being the Northern Passage, which is located in this area here. The second being the Strategic Gap, which is this area here. And the third being the Central Promenade area. There are also 2 additional trees proposed on Francis Crick Avenue here, so as a continuation of the existing avenue. The application is accompanied by a preliminary ecological appraisal and biodiversity net gain assessment, which sets out that the scheme would achieve 58.63% net gain for area habitats. This would exceed the statutory minimum and the minimum proposed in the emerging local plan. Conditions are recommended to ensure the B&G compliance. Further details on the ecological enhancements and lighting strategy for sensitive biodiversity. So focusing on to the Northern Passage area, this would form the primary pedestrian route for the conference centre and office building, as well as the AstraZeneca South plot as a whole. This space is proposed to be 10 metres wide and hard landscaped. So this contains freestanding sort of planters, as well as a prominent tree and bench area at the end as a visual viewpoint for users utilising the Northern Passage. The Strategic Gap, which is this area shown on the screen here, this is 16 metres wide from the edge of the temporary mugger to the conference centre building itself here. There's a 13-metre gap between the temporary mugger and the canopy that overhangs, that surrounds sort of the southern, eastern and northern edge of the building. This space now provides a quieter area with a visual green connection through the site, which has evolved as the application has progressed through pre-application and the submission phases. The promenade area. This is a high-quality landscape space, acting as a green connector for the buildings in the South plot as a whole. There are landscaping conditions which are recommended regarding the specific hard and soft landscaping details, tree pit details, management and maintenance plans. The promenade area has varied from the original application to enable alternative connection routes across the promenade, so that there are sort of more accessible connection points to all the various buildings from what will be the new prominent Northern Passage area as the primary entrance to the site. This slide shows the elevations for the proposed conference centre and office building, which shows the 6-storey building. It's around 84 metres long and around 33 metres wide. The conference centre shoulder height, which is this point here, would sit at around 25 metres, with the curved roof form. The most sort of prominent point at the top here would be 33 metres at its peak, and crucially, with the majority of the auditorium mass sitting around at this height here, would be around 31 metres. And if I go to the next slide here, I've included this slide to show its relation to the Rosalind Franklin building, which would sit directly next to it, to show the continuation of the diatom lines with the existing building and how the height would correlate with that. You can see that the lower sections of the building continue the established architectural language across the whole of the South plot. So this is seen across all of the existing and under construction buildings so far. The upper element intentionally makes a different approach from the established architectural language to reflect the special use, being the conference centre and auditorium, whilst the alignment is still maintained with the neighbouring buildings. So this is some more of the elevations, which are the north and south element. It should be noted that the roof maintenance and access required the use of a crane with operatives using a full resistant and clipped-in access system, which is a bit of a mouthful. Further details of this are secured via condition 4 to ensure that the storage of this equipment does not affect the roof line's visual quality. A thorough cleaning, maintenance and access strategy has been developed to ensure the longevity of the materials and maintenance of the proposed. This has been developed and expanded upon following the Cambridgeshire Quality Panel comments. The penthouse terrace, so this slide here, shows the how the rainwater will flow from the top of the building to the ground floor level in terms of surface water drainage. So the penthouse terrace rainwater will run off the top of the building here, and any build up through the pipes will go through the building. So you've got this curved area here for the crown drainage, which will fall to the lowest central point, as you can see here, and then will drain down the curved element to the lowest point. Sorry. And then will drain through internal pipe work that will be hidden through the auditorium adjacent to beams in sort of an acoustic casing to connect to the service cores and then run down to ground level. So it's been specifically designed to be hidden so that you don't have any external guttering. This slide here shows some of the visuals of the pavilion-style built form. So the proposed scheme shows a visually distinctive high-quality building. This includes predominant glazing and timber finishes to the penthouse facade of the upper sections, and then concrete beam and column and beam lower sections with timber elements across the ground floor as well. To ensure the high-quality materials and finishes of the proposed scheme, a condition is recommended to secure the details of these materials. The internal layout design here, just wanted to highlight sort of the internal breakdown really of the building and how the access from the reception area, which is being highlighted here, and there would be a dedicated conference centre core with lifts leading up to the top floor area, and then a secure area for the workspace for future staff members, as well as the staff restaurant located in this area here. The next few slides are a series of some of the visual concepts of the entrance area to give an idea of what the future design would look like. The office space, the conference centre itself with the terraced area, and the auditorium sort of cross-section here. In terms of sustainability, the proposal seeks to achieve a BREEAM level of outstanding. The BREEAM pre-assessment provided demonstrates a score of 88.41% can be achieved through the scheme, which is above the 85% minimum rating required for BREEAM outstanding. Further to this, the scheme would be set to achieve a WELL standard of gold. The proposed scheme would be connected to the nearby existing energy and data centre, utilising air source heat pumps and water source heat pumps to ensure an all-electric approach. An overheating strategy has been undertaken to minimise the risk to future occupants. This includes a variety of shading strategies to reduce the solar gain in the summer. Moving on to water management and flood risk. So the site is predominantly in flood zone 1 and is therefore considered to be at low risk of flooding. The site is also considered to be generally at very low risk of surface water flooding, except for with a few of the areas indicated on the screen. The lead local flood authority has advised that they have no objections to the proposed scheme, subject to the conditions that they have proposed. The scheme also includes the use of swales as an additional control for the rate of surface water leaving the site. The proposed scheme the scheme proposes the use of water-efficient fixtures, rainwater harvesting, and seeks to achieve full compliance with BREEAM WAT 01. Anglian Water have issued a temporary holding objection to the scheme on the grounds that the Cambridge Water Recycling Centre is at capacity. Officers consider that the risk of harm being mitigated significantly by investment in and implementation of a suitable scheme to upgrade the capacity of the catchment wastewater treatment works at Cambridge WRC. Anglian Water have committed to make that investment in their October 2025 statement. Officers consider that a planning condition to restrict occupation until net capacity is improved is not considered necessary. A Grampian condition should only be imposed if the impacts were such they would result in recommendation of refusal. In this case, it is not necessary to impose a condition to grant planning permission. Additional foul water information has been received from the applicant regarding foul water discharge volume clarifications. This clarifies that the water supply and foul water discharge volumes. The submitted additional information also shows that the water supply to the proposed building would be around 18,000 litres a day. It is anticipated that on average, the actual volume of foul water discharged to the Anglian Water Sewer will be similar to the calculated water to supply volume of around 18,000 litres a day when the conference centre and auditorium space is in use. This rate would obviously be lower if any of the facilities are not in use. This ultimately differs from the foul water discharge volume proposed of 109,000 litres a day, as it was confirmed that this was calculated for the foul water flow rates and daily flow rates are shown to be conservative design values used for sizing of below-ground drainage infrastructure in accordance with industry guidance. Foul water is a material planning consideration in the assessment of an application proposal. The development would increase foul water flows to a receiving WRC wastewater recycling centre, which is already in operation, operating over capacity. In addition to the information mentioned in section 18 of the Officers' Committee report, which shows that the additional foul water contribution from the proposed development to the Cambridge Wastewater Recycling Centre would not be significant and would render any harm as minimal. Moving on to movement and access. So a travel plan has been submitted as part of the application pack. This shows that it is anticipated that the majority of users and visitors to the proposed site would be AstraZeneca staff, either coming from existing buildings or under construction buildings, or the already existing DISC building located in the North AstraZeneca plot. The Cambridge Biomedical Campus is well connected with cycle and bus and rail links to the surrounding area. This is especially so with the soon-to-be-open Cambridge South Station. Cycle parking and car parking. The above plan shows the cycle and access routes for cycle parking on the South Block campus. The existing travel hub, which is located here, would provide over 600 secure cycle parking spaces, 64 e-bike charging lockers, showers, lockers, and drying rooms. There are a total of 794 staff cycle spaces provided on the AstraZeneca South plot, and there are 1,138 on the South plot and the North plot combined. There are no additional proposed spaces on the site for cycle parking, as the existing travel hub is expected to exceed the anticipated demand for cycle parking. The travel plan details that there is a safeguarded area where an additional 170 visitor parking spaces could be provided, and has been recommended by the active travel officer at the County Council. These should remain under review by AstraZeneca. The site does not propose any additional car parking spaces, as the wider AstraZeneca South plot contains 603 car parking spaces, which include 24 disabled parking spaces. But the proposal does include the relocation and reprovision of 11 disabled parking spaces, which is in the surface car park area here. So in summary, officers have carefully considered the proposed development against the Cambridge Local Plan, the NPPF, and the Cambridge Biomedical Campus SPD. The scheme would result in minimal harm from wastewater perspective. Set against this harm is a substantial package of economic, social, and environmental public benefits. These benefits attract significant weight and are consistent with the NPPF's emphasis on economic growth, environmental enhancement, and social equity. Overall, the scheme is considered to be of high quality, and the recommendation is on screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. I'll take questions for clarification first. Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be very brief. It's to do with parking. Can you go back to the plan where you mentioned that there's a safeguarded area for additional parking? I don't think that was very clear. And how many parking spaces will be provided there if it was necessary? And how would they determine when it is necessary? Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for the site visit yesterday. It's very useful. Was it yesterday? Monday? Sorry, whenever. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So there were some smaller areas that were allocated for as a potential future location for visitor cycle parking. So it was 176 spaces. One of them was located in this area here. If you can see, that is coming on screen just here. But this information is all available in the travel plan that's been submitted as part of the application as well.
Councillor Pora.
Thank you. Firstly, there's a coach drop-off space, I think, to the right of the image, which is welcome. Could the officer just comment whether he's satisfied that that will be managed well enough to stop it becoming a backdoor way of arriving at Cambridge South Station by car or bus? And secondly, the water on the, particularly the curved roof, but also the flat shelf roof underneath, could the officer just comment if he's satisfied that structurally it can support that? Because my concern is if there's an absolute downpour, which we unfortunately we're getting more and more of, that is a huge weight of water to be sitting on that roof, particularly if the gutters are, you know, for a normal flow. And just whether that might be something we could strengthen, I think it's condition 9 on, to make sure that structurally there's no risk of that either collapsing or becoming damaged. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you for that. So in terms of the coach drop-off space, just for clarity, I'll go back to a better plan that shows this. Here we go. So that's in this location here. So part of the reason this has been put in this location was to negate any pressure on Francis Crick Avenue as well. So officers are satisfied that this will be managed by AstraZeneca themselves. It's not anticipated that this would be used as a backdoor sort of drop-off space, as you mentioned, for South Station, as this has a dedicated separate area, which you can see on this plan here, which is anticipated to be used by the South Station itself. In terms of the roof, which I'll just go back to here, officers are satisfied that the information that's been provided will demonstrate that it could deal with any sort of excessive rainfall. As you mentioned, there is condition 9 as well. The applicants are in the room with us, and so I will be expecting that information to come forward should this gain approval with condition 9. So,
Councillor Smart.
So my question relates to water and wastewater. I think the officer said at one stage that any harm was minimal. That was been said. So my understanding is that Anglian Water has been at capacity for some years, I think from 2019, if not before. We've seen Grampian conditions, so-called, come to this committee before now, where we allow potential planning commission permission to be given, but the building not to be built until there is capacity. So today we have an item where we seem to have made up a new rule where the building is allowed to be built, even though apparently there isn't any capacity in the system, although the officer said differently. I'm just perplexed, Chair, and also as a councillor who represents people, I'm concerned that the effects of this are not good on the environment, potentially wastewater going into rivers, all that sort of thing, which we all know about. So why is another building being put up for planning permission when the system doesn't have the capacity to deal with it?
Point of clarification then. Someone was going to respond to
Thank you,
Councillor
Chair.
Smart.
I thought it was more appropriate that I come in to provide that clarity around the foul water issue, and then potentially more application-specific questions can go to James. But I note the point about the approach that the local planning authority has taken with regard to dealing with these objections from Anglian Water. So they're now called temporary objections in the light of capacity concerns in respect of the catchment water recycling centre, which is Cambridge Water Recycling Centre. Now, these objections are being raised essentially in respect of all major applications in the catchment area. And as members will be aware, there are different types of major planning applications. So you may be familiar with previous major applications that came to JDMC at the end of last year, which we did indeed secure ground plan conditions with regard to. They were applications for environmental impact assessment development. They generated a larger proportion of foul water from the site, and they were assessed. Obviously, we assess each application on their own merits, and those were assessed, and they were found to warrant and justify a ground plan planning condition, and the applicants were happy with that prior to occupation restriction. We have a different scenario presented in respect of this application today. It is not EIA development, albeit a major application. So there's a different assessment approach that officers are taking, and I would just like, by way of wider clarity, we have a guidance note that officers apply. We've written it in consultation with KC advice, so we've had legal advice with regard to how we interpret Anglian Water's advice. We update our officer guidance note regularly, and we are also in close dialogue with Anglian Water delivery team each month. We catch up with them, so the Anglian Water officers are aware of our judgment and the outcomes or our recommendations. So in respect of this particular application, it's not EIA development, and I think it's important to note that, as James has explained, there essentially what is used in terms of water is coming out at the other end, about 18,000 litres per day, maximum foul water discharge rates based on maximum occupation and use of the conference centre. It would be incredibly difficult and ultimately not possible to attribute that discharge to specific harm to the water environment. And I think this is something that, you know, officers have struggled with, tried to sort of understand that sort of cause and effect. Simply wouldn't be reasonable to try and attribute discharge coming out to a particular harm in the environment, but we would attribute some weight, and indeed we have, to that potential harm. And we've put that in the planning balance, but ultimately that harm is not seen as so significant to warrant an occupancy restriction until the wastewater treatment works has improved on site, their processing, and improved their capacity. And I hope that gives you some just general context in terms of how we're dealing with this important issue at the present time. One final point to make, if I may, there's been mention of a study which Anglian Water are commissioning at the moment with regard to options for improving capacity on site at the Cambridge Water Recycling Centre. We understand that is still on target for June to be published, and as the case officer has put in their committee report, there is no reason not to believe that they will not conduct those improvement works and that they will be implemented before the occupation of this dwelling. I don't know whether, James, you can confirm when occupation is likely or when the start date is, but I thought that's just quite helpful as well to refer to. Thank you. Chair has reminded me quite rightly that in raising this temporary objection to this scheme, and indeed to other major applications across Greater Cambridge, Anglian Water are not providing any evidence to substantiate their position. It's left to the local planning authority to do that through our process guidance note, which we've been developing in advice, from advice of KC. You'll see that evaluation quite clearly put to you in the relevant section of the officer's report to committee. Thank you. I just wanted to come back and just ask James to clarify if he's aware of when the aspirations are to complete development and occupy.
Thanks. No, I'm not 100% sure of the commencement date, but should it gain permission, I understand they're already under construction on site of neighbouring buildings, so the assumption would be they would continue this through phase 3.
Councillor Smart and then Stober.
I'll be very brief, Chair. So thank you for that, Philippa, and listened very closely and read the amendment sheet. It's a very perplexing situation. It's not the planning authorities of the planning authorities making. It's effectively bigger than that. Anglian Water, government, etc. But nevertheless, we're here to make a decision. I find that decision very difficult to make in the light of this information. I'm not quite sure what to do, to be honest. I really am not. I'm presuming that the advice I'm being given by you and the case officer is material planning advice, and so I need to follow that as a member. But the situation is untenable, and you know, we've had a situation over decades where Anglian Water are giving out profits of £1 million a day to their shareholders, not investing in local infrastructure. Now we've got a situation where we just don't have water capacity, but we're pretending we have by weasel words, not yours, Philippa, but others, that just describe a situation that is not real. It's a pretend situation. We do not have capacity.
You'll recall we're placed in a very similar situation in respect of water supply. So this is sort of a similar scenario, and it speaks to, if you like, the scope and extent and the boundaries of local planning authorities' powers. But what we've got to do here today is to consider the application that's in front of us and to pay due regard to the officer's recommendations. So I think that's what we need to do, focus on. Sorry, so I had Councillor Khan. Did I have Councillor Stobart as well? I did, yeah. Councillor Stobart was first, so I'll go with you, Councillor Stobart. You can do your bidding after Councillor Stobart's spoken, okay. Well, I've got Councillor Thornborough, Khan and Bradman.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, thank you. So just a few brief comments. The conference centre, sorry, I'm just being reminded that these are questions for clarification. They are. So the conference centre is announced as a company facility for AstraZeneca, but also in due course for others. So what's that, and will it be after a certain period of time? Because this would really add to the amenity for other users of the biomedical campus. That's the first question. Second, the cycling approach, as a cyclist, you know, approaching this new building, there are choices and options. I wondered if there had been some analysis done on the volume of cyclists and their approach path and the safety concerns around that. There is really very little said about public art, and if you go to the website, the planning website, the document describing the public art strategy for the building is not there. I think I'll leave it there. A few other things I want to say, but I'll save those for the debate.
Excellent, thank you for that. So in terms of the conference centre facility itself, that understanding is exactly the same from officers, in that it's initially going to be for staff and then will open in the future. As part of the assessment, it has been assessed as only being for the benefit of the staff because there's no time frames when that's being open, so it's being considered acceptable on that basis. In terms of the cycling approach, yes, there's been extensive studies about how cyclists will, if I go to the right one, will access the site. As you can see here, it shows the anticipated rates. This is just a shot from the travel plan that was submitted. And I can get to the right page of my report. I also highlight, so the original travel hub, and so this is in regards to the cycle parking itself, which is obviously linked to the number of cyclists that are likely to attend the site. So it's based on a 30% modal share of the anticipated 3,600 members of staff to attend the site. So it's based on that modal share being 30% of that number. And then regarding public art, which I think was the final point, there's also a condition that I've recommended in regards to the public art strategy. That sort of the outline of the strategy has been submitted as part of this application, but further details are being secured via condition.
Councillor Thornborough?
I've got a couple of questions. You mentioned about the
the Mugger space being a temporary space, does that mean that at some point there may be a building there? Because I think it might affect the quiet garden space that you were talking about. Also, the outline consent this is for surface water drainage. The outline consent had a 30% uplift for climate crisis, and the system's been designed to a 40% uplift to do with the climate crisis, which I think I'm really pleased about because it actually is being realistic about what we're facing. But my understanding is that the surface water drainage system, the SUD system, eventually, if there's an overflow or outlet into Hobson's conduit. And I would like to know if that the uplift from 30 to 40% could affect Hobson's conduit. And my understanding is that there is the whole of the surface water system for the biomedical campus is designed through SUDS drainage for outlet into Hobson's conduit. I know that Hobson's conduit, once in not that long ago, did overflow and took out several allotments at empty common allotments because it overflowed and went into Vickers Brook. And I just want to, I don't think we've got any comments from Hobson's Conduit Trust about the water, that surface water, and implications of further. It may be that the SUD systems on the site is dealing with all of the extra water that might come. I hope so. So that's the second question. The other thing is, I've got some comments, but maybe I should wait till the discussion. But it's more to do with the surface water, the drinking supply, and the quality of the design that we're finding on these sites, in this area. But I'll come back. Thanks.
James, do you want to respond to those?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, so in regards to the temporary Muga, so this was within the master plan of the original reserve matters application for the AstraZeneca South plot. This was indicated as being a future building, as was the specific location for the conference centre as well. The reason it's being highlighted as a temporary Muga is because there may well be a situation where in the future a building is in this location. The scheme has been assessed on the basis that there is the Muga here now, and also if a building was here in the future as well. You'll see within the series of drawings that were submitted as part of the application, there are mock-ups with a building of a similar scale being adjacent to this here. So it's been assessed on both of those grounds, but predominantly, on the grounds that it's a Muga at the moment. In regards to the surface water drainage, in terms of the outlet into the Hobson's conduit, so the lead local flood authority have reviewed all of the information and are supportive of the scheme. I'm slightly confused as to what you mean by the 30 to 40%. Are you able to just clarify that for me, please?
Yes, it's in the technical submission regarding the surface water drainage. The outline consent is designed for 1 in 100-year floods, plus a 30-year uplift for climate change. But that was the outline consent. The current application is for a further 10% increase for climate change. So it's an uplift of 40%, which is really, really good because it's recognising what we're seeing. It's just the further down the line, does that extra 10%, is it dealt with on the site, which I hope it would be, or is it going to go into the final outlet, which is into Hobson's conduit, Hobson's Brook, which becomes Hobson's conduit. Thanks.
Yeah, that's right.
Philip,
you want to leave on that?
Thank you, Chair. I've just looked at the advice in the consultation response from the local lead flood authority, and to confirm there's no objection in principle. They've gone on to say that the submitted flood risk assessments demonstrate that the surface water from the proposed development can be managed appropriately through the use of attenuations and, for example, flow restrictors, and that surface water will be limited in its discharge. I would advise if there'd been any concerns about potential impact on Hobson's conduit, that would have been raised at that time, and there would have been need to address that through the update of an FRA. But I think we can be satisfied in the light of not having of having a no objection response, that has been looked at and is acceptable in principle. So I hope that reassures you. Thank you.
Sorry, I think I've raised this, the agreement with Hobson's Conduit Trust to do with the outflow into that. I have raised this at previous applications coming to regarding the biomedical campus. I really think they need to be a consultee in the future. I think it's really important just to tick a box that there is no ecological impact by any increase. So can we, in future applications, can we please do that? Thanks.
I've asked that to be minuted, Councillor Thornborough.
Sorry, Chair, could I just also state as well, in regards to the surface water, condition 9 has been specifically included to ensure that there's the plus 40% climate change is included within the site as well. So that is covered.
Councillor Khan.
The quoted, I'm assuming the system obviously has separate surface water and foul water systems so that they're discharged separately. And that's, in the past, that wasn't always the case. The problem with sewage discharge is usually related to high volumes getting involved, going into the system in peak periods, especially aggravated by where there's a mixture of surface water and sewage. The volume of sewage here per day amounts to about 18 cubic meters. It's not a large amount. It would be possible to attenuate that and not to discharge it at all during peak periods. You easily build an attenuation tank. I don't understand that there's been a proposal for this, and I don't understand it's generally included, but it would seem to me, with having problems with sewage discharge, this would be something we ought to be generally considering doing to attenuate the problems of sewage going into rivers. I just wondered what the planning background, whether we have any powers, whether we have any policy support for that sort of idea, and whether it's been considered, because I think it might be something we ought to be looking forward to, looking at.
What you're asking...
I'm talking about attenuation.
Yes, so what you're asking is, are there any... We have attenuation measures for surface water. Have we got it for wastewater? That's your question? Yeah, thank you.
My advice would be that wastewater attenuation or treatment would all fall within the remit of Anglian Water, and that's exactly what the capacity assessment that Anglian Water are undertaking in respect of not just the water recycling centre within this catchment, but all across the whole of Greater Cambridge as part of their remit. So I can advise that is something that they're considering. It's a government priority, and that we're expecting a capacity update to be launched as a result, a report in June. But any more than that, I'm unable to advise because it's not within our remit, essentially, as a local planning authority.
It's an interesting point, Councillor Khan, and we'll look forward to seeing what Anglian Water have to say when they eventually get round to saying it. March was their previous deadline. Councillor Bradman.
Sorry, Chair, could I just also add as well that Anglian Water have also confirmed that the foul water network itself does have capacity to deal with the anticipated foul water flows on site. So that in terms of the pipe network itself.
But the problem is obviously the overloading of the works. That's the problem. And obviously, the less you sow in at peak periods, the less of the problem. So,
well, Councillor Khan, we're talking about something that's not in front of us. So let's just stop that, shall we? Councillor Bradman, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. A couple of questions here. We had, as always, we had an excellent report from the Cambridge Quality Panel at the end of our papers, and I wanted to understand from the case officer to what extent the application has changed in response to the 20 recommendations that they made. So, for example, what is it your understanding, James, that they have done anything to deal with heat accumulation? That they made an observation in the report about that the penthouse area, which is going to house the conference centre, could be quite subject to heat accumulation because of the large quantity of glass, and indeed in the whole building. And so I just wondered if you had any indication that they've made any amendments with regard to that. Do you want all? The other one was they made a comment about access for bikes, and that was the recommendation 8, enhanced cycling infrastructure to clarify visitor cycle parking provision and to provide seamless and visible access for active travel. I also wanted to ask, would you like me to pause there? I've got 3 and 4, but I'll wait if you want to answer those first, James. Okay, third one is water supply. I note we regrettably have no comment from Cambridge Water, and I just wanted to check that they were encouraged to provide a comment. I appreciate they haven't, but just want to check what happened there. And the other one is access to the building. Is there any indication of where taxi drop-off will be? Will that be in the same area as coach drop-off? Because actually some of the people coming by taxi might not be very mobile, and I would have thought they might need access closer to the building.
Excellent, thank you for that. So in terms of the Cambridge Equality Panel recommendations, the scheme has evolved since the scheme went to Cambridge Equality Panel. There's been a number of updates, and that's listed in the updated pack that was provided as part of the submission by the planning agents. In terms of specifically on the heat accumulation, there was, as I mentioned earlier, there was an overheating study, which I've got so much paper I can't find where it specifically was, but there was an overheating study that was provided, and if you bear with me 1 second. So this included strategies to reduce the solar gain, such as in the summer, and included a 4-step approach, which began with a passive design itself, and then continued through to natural cooling, mixed modal cooling, and mechanical ventilation as a final step as well. So that has been thoroughly considered in view of officers. In terms of the water supply to the site, active travel you mentioned as well. So I'm just looking at the comments from them as well. So fortunately on the screen now we have the car and cycle parking movement plan. You can see that there's the cycle parking that's located in this area here for visitor cycle parking, as well as in the travel hub here. As mentioned previously, certainly initially at least, the majority of users for the conference centre are going to be AstraZeneca employees, so they're likely to already be on the campus when this happens, so already utilising the existing car parking facilities that are in place. When there's any additional uses, as recommended by the County Council Transport Assessment Team, to provide a welcome pack to provide to future users how they would access the site sustainably to negate that sort of additional vehicular movement, and that's a recommended condition, which is condition number without looking, but it's one of the conditions at the end of the report. In terms of the water to supply to the site, so Cambridge Water were consulted and they were reconsulted, and I followed up with them via email as well. There were no responses. So there's a limit to what officers are able to do in terms of engaging with consultees if there's no response. It would not be reasonable to delay the determination of this application based on a sort of no response. The final point, which I think was around access to the building and drop-off. So if I just go back a slide here. So obviously there's the coach parking that's located here. There's also a turnaround point in this area here where my cursor is. And apologies, but I think that this area here was also a drop-off point as well for taxis, which is located there. So there are multiple places where taxis could drop off that would negate any impact on Francis Crick Avenue.
Thank you very much, James. That's helpful.
Thank you. Have anybody else got questions of the officer? No?
Thank you, Chair. No, in fact, Councillor Bradnam's questions were pretty much the same as the ones I was going to ask about the quality panel. Thank you.
Okay. So at this point, I turn to the... Councillor Smart, you're back again.
Brief question of clarification and a follow-up, because I mentioned water earlier. But So if a consultee doesn't make a response, the case officer assumes that all is well, I presume. Is that the case? Because, well, you know what I think.
Just, if I can take that as to clarify, the case officer would proceed on the basis that there is nothing before them to indicate anything otherwise. And I think in a wider context, the government is introducing or has consulted on proposals which would require officers not to wait until consultees have provided their responses to planning applications, to essentially empower officers to make those decisions in the absence of that information. But as James has explained, he's followed up with the relevant statutory consultees. Responses haven't been made, and we can't force them to do that. Thank you.
In addition to this as well, specifically around the water going to the site, so I reviewed this as well with the council sustainability officer, and we consider it to be acceptable in terms of them requiring or sort of aspiring to meet the WATO 1 requirements, every single one of them in terms of water flows for the site, as well as having rainwater and grey water harvesting on site as well. So it was considered that sufficient steps were being taken to sort of mitigate any unnecessary additional water use on site.
Even more briefly, so just to say that that argument works when there's already a building operating on the site, but this has no building on it. And finally, I forgot to mention in the last point I made about wastewater. What was the point? Oh yeah, so in the Grampian conditions that have been issued already to existing applicants that have come through this committee, does that mean that they can now appeal that condition on the basis that we've now invented a new condition, a temporary condition?
Well, look, can I just say this, Councillor Smart, there was an outline consent for development on this site some time ago, and the Anglian Water would have accounted for wastewater that was going to arise from that development. So it's very distinctive from the previous schemes that we've considered, which were intensification of existing sites. Anglian Water should have already accounted for this development. So historically, that's the situation. And if you recall, when on schemes on redevelopment, they're still allowed to discharge the sewage, because they've got that prior rights over capacity, notionally. So that's the situation here. It's very, very different. They won't give grounds for those other applicants to come forward and use them, basically suggest that we're being inconsistent. We're not. Okay, so if you'd allow me, I can now invite the public speaker, please. Richard, welcome. Thank you. It may seem strange that you have 3 minutes, just as much as someone who's applied for a HMO. The same applies to someone with 11,000 square metre multi-million-pound building, but there you are. 3 minutes is your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody, and I'm very happy to take those 3 minutes from you. My name is Richard Surma, Head of Estates at AstraZeneca, and it's nice to be back here again after we came in summer last year for a pre-briefing. And as I said, talking in support of the application, as you might expect. Cambridge has been central to AstraZeneca's global story since 2013, when the company chose the city as a location for its headquarters. Since then, AstraZeneca has been a major and continuing commitment to the city, the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, and the life sciences ecosystem. Today, our footprint includes the Discovery Centre, which you'll know as the DISC, where more than 2,000 scientists focus on discovering and developing new medicines, the Hub, and the Rosalind Franklin Building, which is under construction and due to open in 2027. The proposal in front of you today is the next phase of our long-term strategy to locate all of our central Cambridge colleagues now onto the CBC. And as you've heard from James, the proposed development provide flexible workspace for approximately 700 colleagues, alongside a 450-seat auditorium, a conference centre with capacity for up to 200 people, and around 5,000 square metres of landscape public space. It is intended to support collaboration across the campus and to add to the open and welcoming environment AstraZeneca has already created on the campus. The site follows master planning principles and design parameters from the original outline consent, which you've heard about in 2009 for the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, alongside the adapted campus SPD that James mentioned, and a modern approach to sustainability and design. I personally would like to thank officers, members and stakeholders for the constructive and proactive engagement that's taken place throughout the planning performance agreement and pre-application process. Our proposal was informed through engagement, which James has mentioned, including 3 pre-application meetings, a briefing with this committee last summer, review by the quality review panel, which we talked about, detailed workshops on urban design, drainage, sustainability, transport and landscape, and a public consultation which reached more than 4,000 nearby residents and businesses through a webinar, drop-in sessions and wider community engagement. Through this informative dialogue, the design involved with changes to the frontage, refinements to the accessibility and wayfinding across the landscape promenade, and a revised architectural treatment of the roof-level auditorium. All the while placing sustainability and well-being at the heart of the proposal, including our commitment to BREEAM Outstanding and WELL certification. The proposal therefore for you today is a culmination of long-term planning, extensive and positive engagement, meaningful design development, which is designed to make a positive contribution to the continued growth and success of Cambridge. We therefore respectfully ask the committee to support the offer of recommendation and approve this application. My thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for your positive comments about the pre-planning process. That's very encouraging. Thank you. Now move to member questions. Oh, you're absolutely right. Greyhounds on a racetrack. I've got both Katie's. I've got Richard Stoper, that is. Anybody else wanting to be on the unbendable?
Is this questions or is this? Because I think these.
Well, you can go questions straight debate if you know. Even further questions. So you may be listen. Okay, so questions and debate. That's it. Well, okay. You're disappointing me now. There's only 3 of you. So, Katie Thornborough, please.
Yes, I think I'm really pleased that this is another building designed to extraordinarily high standards for well-being standards and BREEAM standards. My understanding is that the original building was also extremely well designed. And I have heard that it was the water efficiency in the first building was exemplary, and the water in use is actually less than what has been designed. And the amount of water that has been recycled means it's a negative water building, and that after 10 years from construction, you will be, including construction, you will be water negative than water positive. And I would really like to go and see this. So I think probably we all would. This is another building following on from that, and we should be holding up not just the design, but the in-use examples. And you haven't mentioned that, and I think it's really important. I also know that you are keeping all of the stormwater out of the foul system, not relying on any existing drainage that might become shed drainage. So last summer, when it didn't rain, we had a very dry summer, there were no pollution events in our water courses because there was no stormwater creating this overflow issue at the various water sewage treatment plants. So you are definitely not contributing to this problem that Anglia Water have with the combined sewers and the capacity. And that is we should be recognising that and saying how good it is. So that's sewage, and that is water supply. And then the surface water we've gone through, and I think you assured us that it will be a really good capacity design SUD system. I would like to urge you to influence the biomedical campus to have a sponge biomedical campus keep every drop of water that lands on the site through the whole course of the building construction and use. That would be a wonderful way to go forward. So I think I'm going to support this building. I think it's going to be interesting to see it coming together. I think it will be really interesting when it's in use eventually, if it gets consent, to have feedback about all of the design aspects, including water in use. So, thank you very much.
So, Katie Pora, please.
Thank you very much. I echo Councillor Thornber's appreciation for the well-being and BREEAM outstanding aspirations. That's very good, and very good to see people engaging with pre-application, which we always appreciate. So, again, I am broadly supportive of this application, subject to the rest of the debate. I think I do appreciate it goes slightly above the consented height, but I think that top adds something to design, so I'm comfortable with that. I think my only slight concern is, again, it's a very beautiful design, but I want to be absolutely certain that it stays that way, that it doesn't get damaged, that it doesn't, with the water dripping through, and that, I suppose, just checking with the officer that you're confident that can be kept. I have two small requests. Condition 17, picking up from what we raised earlier, could we explicitly add reference to the coach drop-off in the travel plan? Just because I'm sure James will follow that up, but obviously this may be 2 or 3, 4 years down the line, so I'd like to make sure that's picked up. And the same for condition 10. Can we just make it explicit that the surface water stuff does need to make sure that we are happy that the roof design can accommodate flood events without sort of overspilling or damaging, going back to my original point, damaging that roof. I'm sure AstraZeneca won't want it to, but I just think we need to be confident in the design for the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir. Richard Stoper, please.
Thank you, Chair. So, brief comment on the heating system. I think the technical term wasn't used in the report, but this is an ambient network. So passing water around, which is already being raised to, if you will, an ambient condition, and then water to water, I suspect, heat pump working with that. So the fact that this is one of the first applications in this area of an ambient network, I think ought to be pointed out, and perhaps we should even adopt the use of that term. I think it's a little concealed in the technicalities, but I think it's very significant. I just wanted to spend a bit of time on the public art question, which I touched on in the questions. And I think the condition 32, is well phrased and consistent with policy. But I think here we've got, a big, the whole biomedical campus represents an opportunity to express through public art what's going on, the legacy, the purpose, the aspiration of the biomedical campus can be expressed in a connected way. So I'd just like to speculate or perhaps propose that what's added to this fairly mechanistic condition 32 might just also bring in some of the things that we talk about in the SPD, which is connection to other public art initiatives, and they may be those that are already, for example, inside the hospital complex, that we underline the importance of quality in the public art proposal, and collaboration. This is not simply collaborating with the perhaps local residents, but actually is a very wide community of users on the biomedical campus who will have something to say about the quality of the public art. We should not underestimate the significance in this environment of things that raise the spirit and make connections with history and our aspirations for health and well-being. So if I could just make that suggestion on the public art front, and then just finally say access to the conference centre long term, I think, is really important. Places to gather and discuss. And here we've got 200-person possibility, and I think for the wider use of the community, and particularly those emerging small businesses, clinical groups, who just want a space to discuss and a forum to allow them to kind of make progress together, I think that would be invaluable. So I just say, I think that ought to be accelerated as much as possible. Otherwise, I think this is a great development. And we've touched on such a lot of issues, and the way it's been addressed by the developer has been admirable.
Thank you, Councillor Staybert. If you're agreeable, we'll just add your comments in relation to public art as an advisory, because I think they were well made and highly relevant to the context of the area. So thank you for that. My understanding is that whilst the use of the conference centre will be predominantly for AstraZeneca staff, it will also be available to a certain extent to other third parties. And of course, they've moved to Cambridge because of open innovation, and that's a critical thing in supporting the competitiveness of the life science cluster in our area. Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, just follows on from the last point you made. In general terms, I'm happy with this application. I think it's well designed, and I'd certainly be supporting it. But I would just like to say a little bit about parking, and particularly leading on from the comment you just made about the fact that this conference centre will be available to third parties. That will inevitably generate trips by car, and I really do worry that we slightly kid ourselves that by putting something in a travel plan that, you know, we will discourage car use, that it won't happen. It will happen. It's inevitable that it will happen if people are travelling to that site. And my worry is that there is public car parking on that site in the two hospital car parks. And people will think, oh, I can drive there, and I'll park in those public car parks. And as we all know, those car parks are already operating right at the edge. So it does worry me that we are creating facilities where people will travel. It will generate travel by car, but we're not providing any parking at all. So I don't think that's a reason to not approve this. I think it's a very good application. It's well designed, and for all the other reasons, I will be supporting it. But I did just want to make that point.
Councillor Bradman next. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I also would like to thank the applicants for their engagement with this committee at pre-app. It's been very useful. I also wanted to say that I think actually the design is attractive and it's stylish, and I really liked the Cambridge Quality Panel's comment that to keep those top layers thin so that they're elegant and uplifting and not heavy and burdensome. So well done for an attractive design. So some questions about the functionality, and it relates to this use of it as a conference centre. Now, inevitably, even if you work for AstraZeneca, you might come from anywhere on the site or anywhere outside Cambridge. You know, you don't necessarily live on the site. You know, obviously you don't live on the site. So I would like to see navigation towards this, because remember, the back of the building faces Francis Crick Avenue. People access it from the west side, from this boulevard in the middle, the green space. And so I would like to see and make sure that for visitors, whether they be AstraZeneca staff or people from outside in due course, or indeed, let's face it, it's not just, if it's a conference, you might have invited speakers who come by train. So navigation needs to be really clear from Francis Crick Avenue to and from bus stops, to and from cycle parking, so that it's absolutely clear how you get to this building. I have to say, this is something I ask about every building on the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, so this is not the first time I've asked it. But anyway, I would just like it to be really clear how people are expected to get into that building, because I have gone to the Cambridge Biomedical Campus and tried to find a building, and I've walked all the way round 4 sides of it before I've actually found the entrance. So please make the entrance clear. The second thing is about light. I know that there's condition 20 that talks about a lighting strategy. That's great. But I would like you to be mindful. It's not, I couldn't tell from the diagram. There was one where you actually showed, James, the the amphitheatre, as it were, of the conference theatre. And I couldn't tell whether the people sitting in the ramped seats would be looking east, south, or west. Because those of us who are also county councillors will have the experience of Newshire Hall, where a lovely roof was put in with roof lights which are almost permanently blinded because, in other words, they have blinds over them, because the angle of the sun at certain times of day shines straight through and just blinds the the individual sitting there. So I just wanted to give some thought to that you might want to, for example, make the glass such that it doesn't let so much light through. Just for your thoughts, I'm sure you've thought of that already, but just regard to incident light, assuming we ever have sunshine, which of course we do today. The other third thing, picking up on Councillor Stobart's point, is on public art. Could we please make sure that all the relevant recipients, and I mean that in the planning sense, of public art are consulted? Because, for example, no criticism intended, but we noticed that there was, on the existing site, as it were, on the east side of Francis Crick, there was an installation of public art, which I think all of us on the site visit were perplexed by, and what it was for. So if there's going to be a public art installation, I think it would be good not only to consult with AstraZeneca people, but other people on the site as well, as to the merits.
Councillor Bradman, we do have a strategy for public art. Okay.
Great. That's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Smart.
On the other hand, so another building from a huge site with no apparent plan, with no master plan for this biomedical campus. So one building comes at a time, and then we have all these problems of a little bit more problems with water or access or wayfinding and all of that. I say it every time, but unfortunately that's the way the biomedical campus want to play it, I think, one building at a time. Water, it's been said that the proposed building does not contribute to the problem. So I'd like the case officer to clarify if that is the case, because I understood that it did contribute, although the contribution was said to be acceptable by the case officer. As has been said, it's undoubtedly well designed, I can see that, in a technological way. But to my mind, it's not an impressive building architecturally, just another block. However, having said that, and in relation to the biomedical campus apparent lack of master plan, when I arrived on site to see this site this week, I hadn't been there for a while, and in that sort of movement toward Cambridge, New Cambridge railway station there and the buildings around it, it was a really interesting area architecturally as a collection of buildings. So I thought that was impressive. On this particular building, on this particular site, I could see that it, as quite a tallish building, it was going to butt up against, I think it's called the hub, on the left-hand side of it, as you look at the front of it, and that seemed to be a little bit incongruous. Finally, just on a sort of interesting technical point, the roof appears to, well, it definitely collects water. I suppose it collects snow as well. I'm just concerned that in extreme weather conditions, the building could fail. I presume it's going to be designed not to fail, but let's hope so. And finally, just to say, everyone's saying what they're going to vote. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to listen to any other contributions. But in the only thing that concerns me is water and wastewater. But the case officer is telling me that that's acceptable. So that's what I have to take account of.
So Hawkins.
Do you want to take his questions first before I? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Definitely was a good thing to go around the site on Monday to see the context of it. So thank you very much. That was very helpful. And just saying thank you to the applicant and the planning team for the great work you've done together. It's been over some time, but I think this just goes to show how well things can work out if there's collaboration. So well done, everyone. And of course, also taking on board the recommendations from the quality panel. We're quite proud of both the quality panel and the Greater Cambridge Design panel and the work that they do to enable us bring forward great buildings like this. You might want to consider, when it's all done, putting it in the Design and Construction Awards at some point. Bear that in mind. And also, I'll not be doing our team any favors if I don't mention that we do have a public art team. So when you come to doing that, please make sure that you use them. Thank you. It's a great design, and I will be supporting this. And obviously, all the good comments that have been made, I'll just copy and paste. I won't repeat those. And as far as travel goes, I am a petrol-heavy nerd. I drive everywhere. But to go to that site visit, I actually went to the Park and Ride in Trumpington and took the Park and Ride bus. And that's for somebody who just drives everywhere. So there is, if there is a travel plan, which there is going to be, which says use anything other than your car, I think people will take the point. I did. But there you go. Just a point of information, if I may. I know we're all concerned about Anglia Water and the situation that we're in. Now, Anglia Water is a private company with a statutory duty to provide capacity. We have zero control over them. And I've said this time and again, the fact that they're now, okay, now it's a temporary objection, but they were having objections. In the past, they will go, no, don't worry, give it planning permission, now we'll provide the capacity. But because the government decided to take away funding from them to relocate the treatment plant, now they're objecting. And yet they're still paying their shareholders dividends. All they need to do is stop doing that. So whilst I take Councillor Martin Smart's point, I think that the statements about we're inventing new consents or we're inventing new conditions and that sort of stuff, I take objection to those type of comments because our officers are professionals who give us the best considered professional advice on every single application. They take the time to do this. And some of the comments you've made, Councillor Smart, please don't do it again. Officers are great officers. Okay? They do the work that they do to the best of their ability. Take their advice. I'm taking their advice. And I'll be supporting this application.
Thank you very much. Are we all done? Right, good. So during the commentary and debate, there's a request for amendment to condition 10 has been raised. So I'm going to ask Philippa to read out that amendment. It's the current condition is on page 75.
Thank you,
Please.
Chair. So this is the surface water runoff condition, and it's in response to the observation raised by Councillor Porrer. I would agree that we could widen the scope of that condition. So 3 lines down, where it refers to additional surface water runoff from the site, we including runoff from the building roof.
Thank you very much. Should we vote on that now while it's fresh in your minds? Yeah, can we just vote on that? So please put your hand up if you agree to the amendment.
Can I just clarify? This refers to during construction, but actually I would have thought we want during and post-construction. You know, during construction and during operation of the building. It's not just during construction, is it?
Condition
Point that
10
Councillor
relates
Thornborough
to,
was making.
Condition 10 relates to surface water runoff. No development of any part of the site shall commence until details of measures indicating how the runoff from the site will be dealt with. So
Can we
by
just-
widening the...
It's a pre-commencement condition, okay?
Can I suggest, Councillor Bradnam is correct, she refers to, in the reason, to ensure surface water is managed appropriately during the construction phase. I would
Oh, I
also
see.
suggest widening the scope
Okay.
of that during the building use as well. So hopefully that addresses
Okay,
those
yeah,
points.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. All right, so there's a request for a change to condition 17. I'm going to ask Philippa to read that out.
Thank you, Chair. And again, this is a point raised by Councillor Porrer, who asked if condition 17, which relates to the travel plan, could have regard to the coach drop-off arrangements. I would advise that that could be brought in appropriately if members are happy to leave the detailed wording to officers. Thank you.
Can we vote on that, please? Thank you. Oh, shall we? Just been told. Got to go back to condition 10. Can we just record that vote now, please, on condition 10, which was relating to the surface water?
That's also unanimous.
That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Been very cooperative, committee. And I think we just take a vote. There's going to be. We're going to elevate informative 1 signage to a new condition signage strategy. The current wording is inadequate for the scale and the scope of the development. So can we just vote on that, please?
Unanimous.
Public art, what, just like what we're having.
That's informative 1 relates to signage in multifunctional open space areas, which
Yes,
might
so
flood.
we've deleted that and we're replacing it with a much more
General.
robust strategy.
Great, that's fine,
Which you've
thank
just voted for. Thank you. And finally, we're going to add an advisory and informative on public art as per Councillor Stobuck's comments. So can we vote on that as well, please? So that's unanimous. Having done that, unless the officers advise me not to, we now come to the recommendation. Do you want to read the recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the officer recommendation can be found at section 24 of the officer report to committee, page 70 for those of you with printed versions. The recommendation is one of approval, subject to planning conditions as amended with regard to condition 17 travel plan, condition 32 public art, an additional planning condition with regard to wayfaring. My apologies. No, condition 10, sorry, should be surface water runoff. Condition 17 is travel plan. An additional condition with regard to wayfaring through the site, and the additional informative with regard to public art, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers. Thank you.
Can we now vote on? This is the full thing. Okay. And thank you.
Councillor Bradnam, sorry, if I just come in, I think the convention in this committee, as opposed to the South Cambs one, is that it's the planning service manager reads out the recommendation, so members have just voted, just before members crystallise their vote, they're voting on that recommendation as amended.
Okay, and any abstentions?
One.
Okay. And there was no one against. Thank you very much. That completes this item, and I just want to thank the applicant and the team for bringing forward such an exemplary development, and we look forward to seeing it in the near future. So thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So we break for, do you want to come back about 1:15? Half an hour? Come back at 1:15. We'll probably be done for just after 2-ish. I understand some of you can't come back. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Very good. So this is a pre-application developer briefing, agenda item 6. So it's the former NIAB headquarters, Huntingdon Road, Cambridge, commonly known as House Green. So the process for the briefing will be the developers will be invited to present for 20 to 25 minutes. And members of the committee will then be able to ask questions for, well, between 25 and 45 minutes. A reminder that members are encouraged to ask questions, seek clarifications on the presentations. And they're reminded not to express any opinions on the proposals, so as to suggest or imply predetermination. So it's questions and seeking clarifications. Thank you. So, please can the developers introduce themselves and their colleagues assisting with the presentation? And I will invite councillors to ask questions once the presentation has finished. So, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I'm Peter McKeown. I'm a partner at Carter Jonas, and I'm leading on the planning side of things. And then I'm joined by 2 colleagues from JTP Architects as well.
Hi everybody, I'm Emma Armstrong. I'm a partner at JTP Architects.
Hi everyone, I'm Bradley Mulrow, Senior Architect from JTP Architects.
Thanks both. Just to provide a quick introduction, you'll all be aware, well, for those of you who were here in November, we did present to you a couple of months ago and provided an overview of the proposals and the revised scheme we're looking to progress. So very much the purpose of today is to provide just a further update on how the scheme's progressing, and then to also address, as the Chair has said, any questions you may have. So since November, we've had a number of PPA meetings with your planning and design officers, and we've also then engaged with the County Council on both highways and drainage matters as well. We are presenting to the quality panel on Monday as well. And at this sort of stage, the intention is planning applications are being prepared, and we're hoping to be in a position to submit in the next couple of months. So I think, Emma, I'll hand over to you to kick things off.
Great, thank you very much, Peter. Yes, as Peter mentioned, I think we were here towards the back end of last year. And we focused primarily that discussion on the introduction of co-living, as that is part of our proposals. I know there's a bit of scepticism from you and kind of this introduction of this new product, especially within Cambridge. But since then, we took on board your comments. And as Peter says, we've been working really closely with the officers at Cambridge to really develop what this product is for Cambridge, how we make it bespoke for Cambridge, and kind of working with them as their policy is starting to come forward. Got quite a few slides to get through today and a bit limited on time. So we'll focus more on how the proposals have evolved since that last meeting. We've got a bit of introduction that kind of captures the history of the site. I think you all know that we have an extant permission on here that was granted in 2021. So this isn't a brand new blank slate. This is very much an evolving design. Things have changed since then. There's a completely different housing market out there. There's lots of economic challenges. And there's a drive for kind of carbon reduction and sustainability measures, and also just the placemaking ambitions have kind of changed as well. And so there's a bit of lag in the slides. So yeah, I think we all know where we are, and you can see us over in kind of the northwest there. We're very much the linking piece in between the Northwest Cambridge developments and Darwin Green. So really sitting in that strategic location and an area of kind of strong growth within the area. We've been working a lot with the highways team to see how we really plug into the kind of strategic ambitions of connecting into the city centre and beyond as well, and thinking how these kind of sustainable modes of transport can really integrate into our proposals and promoting kind of active lifestyles and healthy lifestyles within this. There's a number of site constraints which stand from the extant consent, so we know what we're working with. And we've got a number of sensitive edges, but primarily those are Darwin Green to the north, and we've got quite close neighbours in that location. But we've got House Place, which is the conservation area, and that's a private road that runs along there. So we're very conscious of the residents there. We've had a lot of communication with them through the last the last consent, and that's ongoing as well as we're starting that consultation at this moment. So we know those sensitive boundaries, and we've got access in different points that we're kind of adhering to. We've got lots of level changes, which we're going to change into an opportunity when we think about our drainage as well. We've also got the existing building on site, which sits along Huntington Road there to the south of this plan, which is Chapter House now, which does actually have residents within it. Consideration comes lots of opportunities, of course, and as I've said, strategically, this is a great site for development, for housing, as it's plugging into those wider areas. But I think I mentioned about the public transport. We've got a bus stop right on our doorstep on Huntington Road. We're thinking about those links that go into Darwin Green as well, how we can tap into that. And so we think the kind of really accessibility is quite key. We're keeping the accessibility from Lawrence Weaver Road, and so we don't want to kind of disrupt what's happening on House Place and the residents there, so really focusing it on that area. I think the key asset as well is really the landscape. It's really unique, it's really distinctive for those of you that know it. We've got these really kind of strong, linear, formal pleach trees that run along Huntington Road and then up House Place. And it really sets the tone for this being something quite exciting, and it really enforces this being almost it is a landscape-led development going forward. I'll touch on the existing consent. As I said, back in 2021, we had primarily a apart hotel mixed with the BTR scheme. And so I said, the housing market has changed. We've really seen a kind of change in what we would like to see here, and there just isn't really that drive for the apart hotel at this stage. We know these are coming forward in different locations, and so we don't really see this as a good use for the site. There's lots of key assets that we're driving forward. We worked hard at that stage with the CQP, with the design officers, to get a great kind of high quality architecture. I'm really thinking about the placemaking of how people come together and make this a social, cohesive place. I've touched there on the uses. And then just the kind of key changes and key challenges. I've mentioned, economics being one. I've mentioned the housing market, so that kind of changed uses, and that's why we're talking about the introduction of co-living. But I think the carbon intensification of what we were proposing back then has really been realised. And we had this really large basement that sat under kind of pretty much 2/3 of the site. So what we tried to do at this stage is reduce that down as much as possible. We know it's very costly, but actually, in terms of sustainability and embodied carbon, it's quite extortionate. So what we can do to reduce that as much as possible has been a key driver. So retaining those key principles, I think I've mentioned all the ones that you can see on the screen there, but this is really about creating a new cohesive social place. We want it to be high quality, we want it to be landscape led, we really want to drive the kind of public movement throughout that, the promotion of healthy lifestyles, and thinking about how we kind of define the edges to each side, as I said, the sensitive neighbours that we have. So evolving the master plan, if I start just kind of with the vision, when we think about these different uses and these different people coming together, I spoke about the housing market when I was here the last time. I spoke quite a bit about kind of social isolation and people living on their own and people not feeling as if they're established as part of community. With these different type of housing models, it's really about getting people to have their own private space, but then thinking how they come together in communal spaces. So we want to kind of think how we can flex the traditional housing models to really provide a different range of housing for different demographics, be that people just coming out of universities, key workers, young families, people downsizing, divorcees, and it's a real range of housing that caters for all those needs. So starting just with the design principles, moving kind of as we start from the bottom up, this is at the blank site. So we've got these key assets. We've got the neighbours to the north and to the east of Darwin Green. We've got House Place, and we've got the existing landscape assets that very much wrap the south, the east, and the west. Building on that, and these are key principles we established at the last consent, we really want the heart of the site to be House Green. So we focus this central key space, which is a public realm, but keeping it as green as possible, as a place where everyone comes together. It's very much the social heart and the social hub of the scheme. So that's anchored right in the very centre. You can see just how it aligns with the green within House Place. And then we start to build around that. So we think about the gateways as we travel up Lawrence Weaver Road, creating that sense of arrival. And then we start to activate that space. We want to get as many kind of mixed uses as we can and really kind of bring people through there. So that's the real kind of desire lines as people come and arrive in this place and move forward to their homes. In terms of urban design, creating the strong frontage to Lawrence Weaver Road is key. We see that relationship with the residents on Lawrence Weaver Road already, and as that moves into Darwin Green, and creating that kind of strong urban frontage along there is really important. but then more sensitive over to the east. And as I said, it was close proximity to the Darwin Green homes, and then respecting the conservation area within Howe's Place. And this has been one of the key changes that we've made. We've actually increased that distance away from those homes. So we're getting lots more daylight into the space, into the homes there, and then taking the kind of more kind of activated uses over to Lawrence Weaver Road. So we'll come on to that. So it's really kind of protecting that sensitive area. You'll see there that kind of yellow line that runs along that eastern edge. This is our main kind of mews area. So this will be the key movement for any vehicles that we have on site, any servicing, and also pedestrians and cyclists as well, as that mews road runs up north-south. But putting that in that location allows us to increase that distance and move the buildings over to the west. And then a sequence of green spaces. Again, this was a fundamental within the last master plan, and we've really tried to integrate that and enhance it as well. We've got a series of green spaces that start to connect together, and we'll come into the different landscape characters, but each of these have quite a distinct landscape character, going from quite public right through to more private as well. So that amalgamates in the illustrated master plan, as you can see on screen in a minute, and it's orientated a different way, so it zooms a bit more. But you can see here we split this into 4 main blocks. We've got the existing building, Chapter House, which sits over to the left-hand side, and as we move along, we've got blocks A, B, C, and D. These are quite regular in form. I've said, we've kind of simplified the master plan. We've kind of reduced this down. We're thinking about how we can simplify the built forms, and that ties back to sustainability measures. We know kind of less facade. We think about orientation and really trying to promote the sustainable features of the buildings. But it means we can kind of zoom in on details of the architecture and kind of spend the money and kind of the moments of high quality architecture as it kind of surrounds public realm and different elements of residential buildings. We've got Howe's Green in the centre, and that's surrounded by lots of mixed uses, which Brad will touch on later on. And then as we move along, it becomes more kind of residential as we move towards Howe's Green, Darwin Green, sorry. To the south there, you can see the mews, Howe's Lane as we've called it, that runs along adjacent to Howe's Place. I've said that's increased the distances from the homes on Howe's Place and Darwin Green, but because we've taken a lot of the parking from the basement, it means we've located that along this mews street. And again, that comes just to the pure drive to reduce the size of the basement. Some illustrative views of how the architecture is developing and how the kind of massing sits around the existing building. Again, very similar to what we had in the previous proposals, but instead what we've done here, you can see these 2 gable ends, we've actually pushed them further away from Chapter House to really kind of respect the locally listed building. And you can see how the massing and the architecture is starting to develop, that we're taking cues from the architecture within the former NIAB there. So looking at the gable forms, looking at the colours, the materials, the brickwork, and the banding as well. And then just a couple of sections to show you those relationships. You can see Howe's Place at the top there. There's been an increase here from the previous proposals by 5.3 metres, and that sits, you can kind of see there, along where that green is in Howe's Place. So increase there at 5.3, but then actually where the houses get a bit closer on Howe's Place, we don't have that green, we've increased that to 7.2. So as I said, really kind of promoting that more daylight into that space. And then to Darwin Green, it was always quite a tricky relationship up on the eastern side where we had Darwin Green, because there we've got some very tight gardens there and they're very close. So what we've done is we had originally had blocks along that edge. We've removed those, and that's where I said we've got that Howe's Lane. And so we've been able to increase the distances by 7.6 metres in that location. And to the north, where we had the edge where it abuts, where you can see kind of the edge of the Darwin Green block there that goes right to the red line boundary. Again, by increasing that distance by 4 metres, we're getting a lot more kind of daylight into both our homes and their homes as well.
And moving on to the ground floor plan, Emma's already touched on some of these points. But yeah, the drive really is to animate that Howe's Green space. So you can see there in those sort of ready, light red colours, that will be all of the commercial retail uses. And the strategy really is to very much use the same strategy as the previous consent. So we'll be looking to provide a cafe, a microbrewery, a bike shop, a gym, co-working. And then as we move along, if we move over to the right-hand side in the purple there, associated with the co-living, we've got the ground floor amenity uses. So that's the internal amenity spaces associated with that co-living product, which again sort of offers sort of active frontage along Lawrence Weaver Road. And then in the pink, there'll be co-living units at ground floor level, and then the remainder will be the sort of lighter blues, which are the ground floor units of the build-to-rent elements. We then have a series of cycle stores which are distributed across the site in easily accessible locations. Then sort of zooming into Howes Green in a little bit more detail. So as I mentioned there, we've got a cafe, microbrewery, bike shop, etc., and these very much align with the previous consent. And as part of the new proposals, we're looking to reduce the parking provision across the site, but also associated with that, we're then looking to provide a mobility travel hub. And you can see here some of the ideas that we're thinking to implement as part of that travel hub. So having proposed car clubs, electric vehicle charging points, visitor spaces, having an area for the Voy parking, the e-scooters, the e-bikes, and then also having sort of a covered waiting area, which will also have like a digital pillar, which will show live timings for buses, trains, etc. And then this here is a view looking down our sort of vehicular arrival street. So this is in between buildings B and C. And in the bottom right of the image there, you can see how we're looking to elevate the mobility hub. And that will very much sort of read as the sort of commercial frontage. But you can see there that, having all of the sort of cycle parking as well associated with that. And yeah, sort of where people can congregate and use that mobility hub. And then moving on to the landscape, so we've got a series of spaces, and these very much range from private spaces to semi-private, moving on to completely private spaces within those sort of courtyard gardens. And again, just some precedent images there to the bottom, just sort of showing that sort of high quality landscape proposals that we're looking to provide. And those spaces, in terms of their character areas, they're very much sort of, we see it as sort of 3 or 4 primary character areas. So we've got Howes Green, which we've touched on, which is the main main square, which is where everyone sort of congregates and has those commercial uses. We then have the lane, which is that sort of vehicular arrival street, which is where all of the vehicles, all of those transport measures will be, that'll be the main street for those. We then have the sort of turquoise colour, which will be more of a sort of soft landscaping, again, publicly accessible. Very much similar to Howes Green, but not as active, I suppose, not as, it's a bit more of a sort of dwell space, rather than those commercial uses. And then we've got the orange spaces, which are then part of the sort of private amenity spaces for the residents. And then looking at the sort of SUDS and planting strategy, in terms of, looking to provide SUDS features, which, as Emma touched on, with the levels of the site, the way that the levels drain are very much in our favour, which is a positive. But yeah, looking to implement those, again, similar to the consented scheme. And then this here is a view from Lawrence Weaver Road looking into our main public square. So this is what we're calling Howes Green. And you can see there on the left is the microbrewery. And this is what we see as like the main sort of draw, pulling people in off of Lawrence Weaver Road. It will also be visible from Huntingdon Road as well. And you can see there on the right-hand side, we've got the cafe. So having those two sort of main uses on Lawrence Weaver Road, which are accessible for everyone. And then we're also starting to show the architecture is very sort of same as what it was before, really, in terms of its sort of ordered simplicity approach, but also around those ground floors, looking to bring a bit of sort of life to those ground floors, and we're currently showing this sort of green precast concrete, which just adds a bit more joy, a bit more depth to the facades as well. Then looking at the tenures again, so buildings A, B, and C are build to rent, and then building D is the co-living. Previously, we had the apart hotel in the location of building A, and then B, C, and D were then the build to rent. But what we've done is we've moved the build to rent closer to Chapter House, so that sort of aligns with Chapter House as being build to rent as well. And then the co-living element is located in Building D. And we're currently at 369 homes for the build to rent element and 240 for the co-living. And then this is just a typical floor plan, just showing a range of apartments and also a couple of different sort of types of the co-living element. So we've got some sort of standard studios, and then we've got a couple of accessible ones, and also a couple studios which are slightly larger. So just providing a range of unit types for different people. This is then a view along Howes Place, and similar to the extant consent, the proposals from this particular view are not visible because of those lovely pleach trees. And then looking at a typical unit type of the build-to-rent product, as I said, we've got a range of unit types, and they range from sort of studios up to 2 beds, but very much looking to provide sort of high-quality residential dwellings, each having their own balcony, associated living spaces. Yeah, I think.
I'll touch back again on co-living. Sorry, microphone on. I'll touch back again on co-living. I won't go into as much detail as I did the last time, but I think just a refresher of kind of what co-living is, and I think hopefully we went into it quite a lot of detail last time. I've mentioned from the start, it's really about this new product for getting people into their own homes. It's about establishing a sense of stewardship for people's homes, but again, it's kind of starting to combat that social isolation that a lot of people are seeing. So it's really about bringing people together. And it's about creating a diverse range of housing choice. It's about kickstarting regeneration. We're actually finding a lot of sites, and we work across the country on urban regeneration. It's a way of creating communities quite early on. We can get people into sites and really sort of populate them at quite a rapid pace. So it really brings places to life from that early stage. There's a simplicity to it and affordability. These are all in one bills, just monthly bills. So we see, and they don't, you're not signing on with a large deposit or anything. So it gets people kind of into homes quite quickly. Sustainability-wise, they tend to be very energy-efficient homes, so they kind of share the resources amongst all the residents, and they're managed 24/7. So you're not dealing with a landlord that won't answer your calls. There's people kind of on site at all times, and so really kind of fixing any needs that you have consistently. I think the last time there was a few questions about the size of the co-living. And they are quite similar in terms of sizes and layouts to what we're seeing within student accommodation, but they're slightly increased. And we've been working a lot with Sarah and Rebecca, the counsellors at Cambridge, to really evolve what these units are. And so we're kind of looking at it, we're comparing them to policy in terms of what you would be getting in an HMO. And so what we've done is a bit of a comparison of that, of thinking, if you were in a house and how much living and bed space that you have. Actually, policy states that you would have to have 2.3 square metres if you were in a shared house of your living space. But actually, within your own unit of co-living, we're achieving 7.5 square metres of living space. A bedroom would be, sorry, I forgot what the bedroom is. It'd be 4. Oh, yeah, the bedroom, I think, sorry, I mixed that up. Anyway, there's an increase in bedroom space, and then also with the bathroom and storage space, again, there's that increase. But also alongside, you have all this as your private space within the unit, but then we have an additional 3 square metres of communal amenity space that's allocated to each of the residents. So actually, in one of these, this product of co-living, you're getting quite a vast increase of living space, bedroom space, and also that social space within other amenities. And that goes alongside with external amenity space as well. Everyone's allocated circa 1 square metres of external amenity space, and we're actually above that. So they're getting, you might not even have a garden in some homes, so you're getting that on top of it. And those shared spaces, again, I touched on this the last time, and we've been looking at how these are located within the building. We've got some at ground floor, and then we've got some at the top floor as well. And we've been working with Sarah to really think about what these uses are and how they can really activate the space. And what you want to do is kind of bring people through the building, activate that, get people in those incidental moments of bumping into each other. And so really locating different uses in different locations is kind of essential to this. So on the ground floor, we've got more of the kind of active uses. We've got games rooms, bars, gyms and kind of the concierge area, people go in to pick up their posts and kind of lounge around spaces. But then moving up the building.
You've got 2 more minutes.
Yeah, we're nearly done. And you can see just how those are illustrated just in this plan. And then moving up the building, we have the slightly more private spaces. So we've got the kitchenettes, the lounges, and the laundry spaces all located at the top floor, and they're connected to the roof terrace as well. So people can be going out, you know, if it's a sunny day, making their lunch, sitting out in the roof terrace, or even kind of using that as part of the amenity for mixing together. And just a view along Lawrence Weaver Road. At the start, I showed kind of the previous proposal. So you can see the architecture very much aligns. We're looking at similar, as Brad said, similar fundamentals, principles of the architecture, looking at that kind of depth and quality of the materiality and exploring different ways to represent that. I'll just touch on the scheme improvements with these 6 key points. I think I've dwelled a lot on the kind of relationships with the neighbours, but we see that as a real pro to what we've done here, kind of addressing those sensitive concerns. The lower carbon designs, we're working with our sustainability consultants and with Emma at Cambridge as well to really kind of push the sustainability measures, be that through the design of the buildings, thinking about the overheating, the policy, and taking that into the landscape and the suds and the drainage as well. That then translates into the lower parking provision. And I think, again, working with highways, the mobility hub is a big plus to what this scheme is now proposing, supporting that active and sustainable transport throughout the scheme and then into the wider area. A richer and more diverse community, bringing lots of people together and kind of learning from each other. Relocating the microbrewery and the cafe to Lawrence Weaver Road, that they're the most active and kind of the most social spaces, so again, taking them away from the sensitive neighbours on House Place. And I think most importantly, you know, the existing consent, although we were very proud of it and where we got to that time, unfortunately, it just isn't viable and it wasn't deliverable. So the real essential of what we're doing here is making sure the proposals will come forward and will be providing new homes for the area. I think, Peter, so we've got application approach. There might be a couple of questions. Peter, if you just want to touch on these.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I was going to just touch on affordable housing and the application process we were going to adopt, but I imagine we might have some questions on that, so we can pick that up in the next session then, if that's okay.
So I'm asking people who want to ask questions. So Katie, Anna, Martin. Okay, that's for starters. Thank you. Katie.
Thank you, and apologies, I have to leave shortly after my questions. So yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'd definitely like to hear more about the affordable, because that was going to be my question, whether build to rent or co-living. It'd be useful to see a little more about the car parking, because you said it's along the Mews now, which is a shared space. So I just wonder how you're planning to manage that. I mean, this is a very sustainable site, so I don't necessarily anticipate needing loads of car parking. So car clubs, brilliant idea. I always go on about these, but I think it said you only had 2 spaces. For that volume, to have a critical mass to trust you that they'll be available, I would strongly suggest you might want to have a look at whether 2 is sufficient. Same for delivery vehicles. I mean, everyone in there will be doing online orders, so I think we have to anticipate there'll be a multitude of Tesco's, Waitrose, Sainsbury's vans and whatever else, Amazon, DPD, driving up a lot of the time. So again, it might be useful when you come near to plan to clarify how you're going to manage that, whether there's a drop-off point with the concierge, that kind of thing. Space standards, again, I think I raised that last time. It is good to see you're sort of explaining it more. I mean, 22 metres squared plus 3 outside is still smaller than the pods we consent for the previously homeless people, where it's a 6 month temporary use and it's designed to not allow a second person to be in there. So again, I suppose I'd be interested how you think, because inevitably people will have people staying over, you know, there will probably be double beds, you know, again, it's that pressure on that space that concerns me. And also how you would manage that. I think we had a presentation from the Crown Estate, I believe, who did a co-living thing where they brought in a developer who was going to manage it, just to talk about how that would be done. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Poor, I might just touch on the affordable housing. So the slide I was going to talk through is on the screen at present. So as with the approved, the extant consent on the scheme, we're looking similar approach which is supported by local policy. So with the build to rent, 20% of those units would be delivered on site as a discounted market rent product. So they'd be capped at 80% market value in perpetuity, and that'd be secured within the Section 106 agreement. So those units would be distributed evenly throughout the development, and then there'd be sort of certain criteria for allocation of those as well. So in the extant consent, there were people within certain income bands given priority, and also people with a local connection or support network within 2 miles of the site, and then also people with a local work connection within 3 miles as well. So the co-living, affordable housing, so the co-living, it is a sui generis product, but affordable housing would be provided. And similar to the build to rent, that would be sort of 20% equivalent number of the C3 residential units which would be delivered. So with co-living, there is no adopted sort of local sort of policy position, and even national guidance is quite vague, but there are essentially 2 options for delivery, either on-site or via an off-site commuted sum payment. So when you look at other authorities across the UK, it is predominantly dealt with via commuted sum, but there are sort of instances recently, Bath and Manchester, for example, where actually the co-living was delivered on site as a discounted sort of market rent product as well. But we've had sort of quite a lot of discussions with your housing colleagues about this, and the view which we've been given is that they don't consider co-living housing as a suitable form of affordable housing. So on that sort of ground, we are looking at dealing with the affordable via an off-site commuted sum, and at the moment, we're currently in discussion and agreeing that mechanism on how that'll be calculated with your officers. So I suppose that's an overview of how we're dealing with the affordable side.
Questions about parking and car club and the management of delivery vehicles?
Yeah, thank you. I'll get a master plan up. Which will help. Yes, so the car club, we've got 2 spaces at the moment. So our highways consultant are kind of doing a lot of research into the local area and looking at providers as well, just to kind of get that number to make sure we're the right. So they're kind of going through that analysis at the moment, so that could change in flux, but it will be informed by what the kind of need is within the local area and similar developments, and what the driver is for the number. And yes, completely agree with the delivery, the servicing for all the vehicles that will come throughout the day. You can see each block has a dedicated lay-by, and there's one at the concierge as well. And so those points, so we can get multiple vehicles in there if there's multiple at that time for food deliveries or any of those delivery vehicles. And yes, note taken on the NSS. I think with the NSS co-living, we're having lots of these conversations, and especially people coming to stay. We've been to see a lot of providers and talk to them, and sometimes there's a couple of rooms allocated, so there's visitors that could potentially stay. That's an option. All the rooms do have double beds, and we think 22 is actually quite a good point. We've seen some at 16 that are tight, but actually the 22 is quite generous, and there's lots of kind of good innovative storage techniques that takes a lot of kind of ancillary bits of your living space and your bedroom space and tidies them away, thinking about underbed storage. So it does feel quite comfortable. So I think working with Sarah and Rebecca, as I said, we're quite happy with 22 and what that is, and that's currently providing.
Just the Mews parking.
Oh yes, the Mews parking, sorry. Yes, so we do have the Mews parking that is located along there. And we do still have some within the basement, so we've had to take some downstairs so it's not completely cluttered by parking. You can see we tried to integrate as much in landscape as possible. So we've got around kind of 4 to 5 spaces and then like a tree or some landscaping. We've got areas of shared servicing. Where we come in at this point in Lawrence Weaver Road, though, that's kind of a lot of the management, so the mobility hub will be located there. And so that will be controlled. So we'll be thinking about the vehicle movement throughout. So it will be very much prioritising pedestrian and cyclist movement. The roads kind of are wide and then they pinch in, and that's trying to think about traffic control measures too. So we're working hard with KMC, our highways consultants, to think about how we slow any vehicle movement down throughout the site. So yeah, it is we do know we want this to be pedestrian focused. We want people to be using this as a shared surface street, so putting those measures in.
Anna, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask how much, whether you've done any consultation with the residents at Howes Place about the use of the name Howes Green and Howes Green and Howes Lane, I think you mentioned. I only mention this because elsewhere, if people are objecting, they sometimes feel that you've taken their name as well. So I just wondered, have you done some consultation on the use of the name? Secondly, in one of the diagrams you showed, this one is adequate, Lawrence Weaver Road, and then this isn't the one you used, but you indicated arrival by car towards your green area, Howes Green, but it seemed bizarre that Howes Green is a green space, but actually you were referring to arrival by car, and that seemed a little bit odd. I just wondered whether you thought about that. You mentioned that parking has come out of the basement, is now on the surface, and I just wanted to check whether it's your what you're doing to avoid that being a very much car-dominated area, when it would be nice if it was landscape-led. I think I'll leave it there for the time being.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I think use of the name, the previous proposal was also called Howes Green, and there was no kind of issues at that stage. We had quite a lot of consultations with the residents and kind of ongoing, not just a formal consultation, and that was fine. We've now just launched our consultation at this stage, and the website's open, but we're doing a webinar, and I think we're going to have actual meetings with the residents of Howes Place. But I think in the previous proposal there was no issues with the use of that name. Howes Lane is very indicative at the minute. That's kind of architect's license. I'm not sure if it's actually going to be the name, but Howes Green, I think we're quite happy with. Arrival by car, so maybe just didn't explain it that well. So Howes Green is this central area that's surrounded by the mixed uses, and that is car-free. So the arrival point is actually shown on the right-hand side, so the opposite side of Block B, as you can see on the screen there, so it's removed from the central area. This point here, yeah, so the yellow line is where the cars would come in, but you see Howes Green. So the pink line is the pedestrian access. Oh, yes, and the car dominant. I think we've touched on this maybe in the last point as well, that we've got kind of, a run of 4 to 5 parking spaces, but then integrating trees and landscape. We're trying to squeeze the road as much as we can at points to slow the traffic down and integrate more landscape as well. We have actually taken quite a lot of the parking underground, so it's not completely car dominated. But you see, I think by limiting the car parking to that side of the plan, to the south on this plan, allows us to free up all those spaces in between each of the courtyards or in between each of the blocks to just be purely landscape. So I think actually locating the parking in one location and having them completely car-free and vehicle-free is a big benefit.
There was, Councillor, so previously the basement occupied the majority of the site in the extant permission. So there is still a basement, but it's significantly reduced on what was approved previously on the site. And actually your officers are sort of pushing us on that car parking front to try and reduce that provision as much as possible. So possibly within the application there'll be areas on the site plan which are shown as car parking at the moment, but moving forward, if there isn't a requirement for car parking, they could revert to some form of a less-off landscaping type use and things. So within the submission, we have to demonstrate that the level of car parking proposed is considered acceptable and things. And as we'd said, this is a sustainable location. There is scope for reduced provision. And for example, if you take the Chapter House building on the front of the site, which is in a build-to-rent use, there's 68 units there. My understanding, there's only 10 cars, I think, associated with that development. So this type of use, it isn't, car numbers are not significantly high. So you can sort of justify a reduction on the sort of indicative parking standards.
Can I just ask that you might just take a look at Orchard Park and just think about how the impact there of parking on public amenity might translate into your development. It's just to be aware that there's...
That's fine, councillor. So this site will be a sort of 24-hour management company in place, and there will be some form of barriers at the side entrance, and only authorised cars will be able to get onto the site and things. And then there are sort of restrictions. House Place is a private road, so there can be no car parking there and things. And it's my understanding that sort of measures will be sort of formally introduced on Lawrence Weaver Road once that is sort of formally adopted by highways as well.
Thank you for the presentation. It's interesting in the context of increased HMOs in the market post Renters' Rights Act 25. And this is another version of that, I guess, and possibly one could argue a better version. My main question was about affordable housing. It's been said that that's already been covered in the presentation. I didn't see it, but then there was a slide at the end. But on that, my understanding is we'll have to make do with 20% on the build-to-rent component. But on co-housing, I understood that our policy required 40% affordable housing, but you seem to be saying 20%. So that's a question. And on the delivered at the equivalent of 20% C3 residential units, I'm not sure what that means, but I suspect it means that we'll get 1 unit for every several units of co-housing. And on the co-housing side of things, is it really co-housing in the sense that it's people collectively living together in a commune kind of thing, or is it really a commercial enterprise that charges people money to live in that accommodation? And this idea that you can off-site the affordable component in the way that you can off-site biodiversity or any other such thing, is that really a good thing, I wonder? So, you know, we have pepper potting, which is a technical term for divvying up developments into people that get the affordable housing and those that don't. So if we off-site things, we're going to have ghettos of rich and poor people across the city. This bit will be the rich people because they'll be afford to live there. The affordable will be somewhere else. So other questions are, 2 or 3 I think, are the shop uses you showed, Emma, guaranteed? The playful features in this scheme you suggested could be integrated, are they integrated into the SUDs? Because I hope not. I wouldn't want children playing into potentially deep water. Are the play areas going to be fenced with 2 access gates as they will be in the city? And the 7.5 square meters communal area space per person, is that full communal space, or does that include places like the gym or whatever as well? And finally, are there any restrictions to access to the scheme, such as, for example, age?
Others can have a word.
Thank you, Chair. Noting some of those questions about co-living, this is just a general reminder that there is a planning member training session next Wednesday on co-living, which will provide an additional opportunity to get some clarification and answer questions on the policy context, both at local and national level. So it's just a little reminder there. Thank you.
A date for your diary, an event not to be missed.
Yeah, I can, Councillor Smart, I can pick up a couple of those sort of comments. As Philippa has alluded to, well, you've got a briefing next week on this, but there is no, as I'd said earlier, there is no adopted policy position on co-living with regards to the delivery of affordable housing. So we're proposing, and we've sort of agreed with your officers, that 20%, as I said, of the equivalent number of C3 units would be provided. So at the moment, that is calculated on a sort of 1.9 multiplier. So 1.9 co-living rooms would be the equivalent of a residential unit. So of our 240 co-living units we're providing, that would be the equivalent of 126 residential units. And our affordable housing contribution is based then on 20% of that, which is circa 25 units. And as it sort of said, the mechanism for calculating this is to be agreed, but that would be, it's the difference between what an affordable unit would be and what a market unit would be essentially. So yeah, that will be sort of confirmed within the submission. And as I said, that mechanism we're currently discussing with your housing colleagues at present.
I can pick up some of those other queries. I think the co-housing versus co-living. Co-living is a different product than co-housing. Co-housing very much brings people together to kind of, they embark on taking the stewardship of the development on themselves and through the management of that. But co-living is a managed product, and there'll be management services there, as I said, 24/7, and people are coming, they're just taking the rooms, but all the communal spaces are managed by the management facilities team. And then alongside that, kind of, you asked about the amenity spaces. So the amenity spaces that are outside of the private space, and I said there's a 3.5 square meters for each unit, and that is a mixture of all the amenity spaces. So that's taking in the games room, the gym, the kitchen, the lounge, the bar, the laundry, all of that comes together. And this aligns with lots of other policy that has been brought forward in different cities, and see that's what we think is needed for that. But these are amenities that's only for the people within the building, so they're not open to the public. And the play spaces, yeah, our landscape architects are looking at that. They won't be in SUDs, they'll be kind of play on the way, and we don't have any kind of gated play areas proposed. The amenity uses around Howes Green, I've asked the same question. I want to make sure, these we don't want any units sitting empty of the commercial spaces. And we see that happen, so we've been working hard to make sure there's the right amount of commercial. We haven't over or under provided, and so we can get those uses in, and conversations are being had to make sure they will be active and in use from the start. And I think that was all questions.
Affordable housing?
Just want to briefly come back on that. I mean, it depends on the detail of the scheme and wait till the scheme comes forward on that. But in terms, just a small thing, but the play areas, just recently installed fencing around the play area in just off Mill Road to Ironworks. I think was it completed? Yeah. There was a commercial scheme, and that needed to be added at City Council's cost. So you might want to consider whether the way that you're delivering play for children and families requires gates and fences, which can be useful to keep out dogs and that sort of thing. It's just a...
Councillor Stober.
Thank you, Chair. So just a few general questions. I suppose some comments, and I'll embed some short questions. The structure of buses around Huntingdon Road and then over to the left of the master plan, Eddington, and over to the east, Darwin Green, is in a state of flux. But one of the things that's been a real boon, certainly to the area north, that's the Thornton area of Girton, has been a great benefit. So small change, big benefit. But I'm wondering what would be the best bus pattern. So, for example, that U-bus that runs along Huntingdon Road just to the north has given access to a whole area of Girton, to the station and to Addenbrooks. It's very frequently used by Girton residents. So, what would be a good shape of buses to make this development a success? And if I could add a kind of second but slightly related question, is the relationship this development would have with Eddington and Darwin Green, which are both close by. Is there a dependency on primary school places, for example? Will there be nursery facilities here? There's a lot of kind of complex patterns of interaction here between the two adjacent developments, which could be a benefit well, yeah, if used in the correct way. So, sorry, that's a bit of a ramble, but how are you looking at, public transport patterns and also the relationship with two big adjacent developments?
I think the public transport question is great and something we're really trying to tie into, especially up to Darwin Green. I'm thinking about the bus routes that will go along Lawrence Weaver Road. We've asked the question, could we get a bus stop on Lawrence Weaver Road? And Peter mentioned that road is going to become adopted and it does have a cycle path on it, so it's quite difficult to kind of get the stopping and starting of a bus. But we really want to integrate to those wider areas, especially with Edlington and Darwin Green. As you said, it is in flux, so we haven't nailed it down quite yet, but it's something that we're working on. As I mentioned, KMC, our transport consultants, they're working on those developments as well, so they're kind of in the know, so they're trying to tie it all together. So it's definitely part of the grand plan to strategically join all these pieces together. In terms of the uses, I think you're right as well. If I talk about just kind of amenity uses and commercial, we want to complement the uses that are happening in both Edington and, again, I think more predominantly in Darwin Green as it's closer. We don't want to be competing with them in any way, so that's why we've selected our uses to coincide. We're thinking about school places as well. We don't imagine there's a large amount of children that will be located within our development because, especially with the co-living, with BTR, there will be accommodation for kind of young families. But that's thinking that they will kind of be infiltrated within the wider areas into the schools, and that can be accommodated for. So it's definitely part we want to strategically place, and we think about this as a big cohesive area together. We don't want them to sit in isolation, and so working and complementing each other.
Jimmy?
Thank you, Chair. I know we're going to have something on co-living next week, but it seems to me that this is a new terminology for a whole load of bed sits with communal space provided for other things, which is fair enough. There's a need for sort of similar type accommodation. The question I have is, I think you mentioned that the rent for these will be just one payment and includes everything. I think the concern that I can see here is the cost of that relative to what you will get in a similar bedsit somewhere else, because you then have all your communal space, so gym and this and that and everything else, which some people might not need, but they will have to pay for.
You're asking a question.
I'm just saying that is a concern. They might want to, I don't know, clarify that.
It's a point of clarification over,
yes.
over
Clarification.
It isn't necessarily a material planning matter, but let's see what the applicant has to say about that.
Yeah, well, I think, Councillor Hawkins, I think the market will dictate rental levels and things. There will be 240 co-living rooms, and we actually see that as a benefit if you've got the additional sort of facilities such as a gym and the like included within your rent and things. And to us, I think one of the key sort of features with this is that it is an alternative to HMO accommodation, and you do within Cambridge there's a huge number of unregulated HMOs, and there are people living in some cases substandard accommodation and things. So this will be high quality accommodation, and those sort of communal facilities we think will be of sort of real benefit to future residents and things, and there is scope for those communal sort of facilities to change as sort of the scheme develops as well.
Councillor Smart?
I think it was one of my questions never got answered unless I missed it. So I asked it on the basis that some schemes around the country have done this. So are there any restrictions to the scheme, such as, for example, age?
Sorry, yeah, I didn't answer that, but no, there's no restrictions. I think one of the places we visited, I think the oldest resident was in the early 80s.
Did you make use of the gym? Or the brewery?
Absolutely, yeah.
The brewery.
Got to keep active.
I've got a few questions. Previously, one of the previous residential consent on here had 291 built to rents, and I think it was a 202-bed apartment. So now we've got up to 369 built to rents and 240 co-living spaces. So that's 20% uplift. How have you managed to intensify the site to such an extent?
So it's slightly different metrics, all to do with kind of a different mix, different unit sizes. The apartment hotel is slightly different to the co-living, so they're not kind of like for like measures. We have taken away some buildings, the buildings that were along Darwin Green, as I mentioned, we call them the Muse houses, but they're adjacent to them. But we have increased heights around Howes Green. So previously there were 5 stories, we've gone up to 6. You can see those 2 elements that are there, A and B, and then the 2 kind of wings that sit adjacent to the secondary green space, they also go up to 6 stories as well. We've been doing lots of work on the townscape with your councillors, looking at the kind of strategic views. We've also been playing with the levels of the site, looking at the floor-to-floor height, seeing how we can, not impact any views around the area, and all the councillors are happy with that direction. So we have increased in heights very slightly, but not dramatically affecting any kind of strategic aspects of it.
So you suggested there weren't going to be many children, but 369 built to rent. It's inevitable.
I didn't say no children, I said but not as many children as if it was a
well,
kind of
there's
fully...
a lot going to be young people here, a lot of them. So, so how are you fulfilling the full on-site open space requirement?
Yeah, countering. From the research we've been doing with build to rent in particular, the research demonstrates when you look at other build to rent schemes across the country, as Emma had sort of touched on, the number of sort of children within those sort of units isn't sort of particularly high. Most common would probably be within the 2-bed units, which we have, in which you might have a young family and a young child. So one of the things we are looking at the moment is we're just looking at that overall open space provision, and we're trying to sort of provide as much sort of publicly accessible sort of space on site as possible. And as I said, your officers are sort of pushing us on that front. So inevitably, when you look at what the sort of guidance states with regards to the per person requirement on site, so we will, given the nature of the accommodation, the site, we will fall short on that front, and that was the case with the extant permission as well. So alongside the open space provided on site, there will be some form of a financial contribution with regards to off-site provision as well, and that isn't an uncommon occurrence across the city. And as I said, on the extant approval, there was a clause within the 106 for that as well. But the one thing which we are doing is, as Emma touched on, the open space which we do provide on site, we're trying to make that as usable and as accessible as possible.
So, just as a point of information, Lawrence Weaver Road won't be adopted until 2045. So it's not happening anytime soon.
2035?
45.
45, okay.
Yeah. I'll speak to you later, Peter, about exactly why. You don't need to hear that now. So in terms of the relationship with the chapter house, you've got a outstanding requirement to provide additional covered cycle parking, which hasn't yet been fulfilled. How are you going to deal with that outstanding matter on this side?
And there is, if you see where the number 12 is in this plan, there's a cycle store that's located there. That's for Chapter House. Yeah. Number 12 is located right beside Chapter House. And I can stand up and... Pardon?
I notice there's a turning head there. would that provide a very safe place for delivery vehicles to deliver packages to the chapter house? I think that means that those vehicles could use the light control junction, Huntington Road and Lawrence Weaver Road.
And we envisage the lay-by that sits on the other side. We envisage where kind of delivery vehicles would park there for both Blocks A and Chapter House. That turning head is just purely just for turning and for the bins as well.
It would be ideal for delivery vehicles to drop off parcels to chapter house.
Yeah, I think that sort of strategy just all needs to be confirmed, Councillor Smith, because, yeah, again, we'll need to just sort of engage with the applicants on that, but I'm not sure if the intention is that they want high numbers of delivery vans actually accessing the site and things. The plan would be that there would be a meal room in sort of close proximity to the entrance on Lawrence Weaver Road, which would deal with sort of any delivery such as that. But again, as I said, that will be picked up within a future managing sort of plan strategy for the site.
Yes, thanks for the presentation. It's been most interesting. The increased height of proposed buildings obviously increases the massing of those buildings. Will that have any impact or implication for the residents, not only of Howes Place, but also Plymouth Close, which is actually closer to the proposed development? I'm thinking in terms of the angle from their front gardens.
Yeah, we have increased the height, and as I said, on kind of blocks, as you can see, A, B there, and then where my cursor is, either side of where it says number 2. But we're doing a lot of testing to make sure that isn't the case. But as I mentioned, because we've increased those distances by kind of circa 7 to 8 metres in most of the locations, it means there's a lot more daylight getting into those spaces. Even in the previous consent, we made sure we did we did test that no one was affected in terms of the daylight, sunlight into the spaces and the residents' homes and the back gardens of the homes on Plymouth Close especially. But with that increased distance, there won't be any impact on them.
Thank you.
I think we've now exhausted it. We're out of questions. So thank you very much for bringing your presentation. It's a very important part of the process. So thank you for that. So that now concludes this Joint Development Management Committee. This is the last one of the municipal year. And at this point, I have to thank Julie Hawkins for her service on this committee. As I understand it, it's her last meeting. So on behalf of the committee and the officers, thank you very much, Jimmy, for all of your contributions to the work of the committee and, of course, planning more widely and the very positive and constructive role you've taken in the local plan-making process. And I've been very pleased to sit with you on the planning member board when we've had many discussions about how we've improved the service, and I think, credit to us. We've done a good job on that. So you've made your mark and you leave a very positive legacy behind you. And the place is a better one for having you serving on this committee. And of course, I can't comment on what you've done in South Cambs Council, but I'm sure it's been just as good. So thank you, and I think we should just mark that. Thank you. I'll now go back to the formal notes. So the next meeting is expected to be in June 2026. The date will be confirmed following the annual meetings of both councils. So please take your rubbish away and any glasses, and thank you so much. You can now end the live stream.